Remember rapping Duke? The hard. You never thought that hip hop would take. I'm in the limelight cause I rhyme tight. Time to get paid, blow.
Let's go, fire starters, hawkers, walkers, and stalkers. Hit that like button, man. We up.
Build the fire.
What's good, everybody? Y'all hit that like button, man. GFTV, we back with another one, man. Shout out the whole Fire Flame Nation, man. If y'all enjoyed the show last night and everything GFTV has brought to the forefront, y'all would definitely enjoy tonight's show because, like I said, man, it has been damn near 30 years, too motherfucking long, 30 years too long that all these lies have been flooding our airwaves. 30 years, too goddamn long. Not only did we get lies from Diddy, not only did we get lies from Gean, we also got lies from who? His wife, Faith, his supposed to be stick man, Lil C's, his supposed to be other stick man, D-Rock, and all this shit that has came out of Gean mouth about how D-Rock allegedly, all right, set Big up. D-Rock haven't responded. Not only that, y'all, shout out everybody that's coming up in here. I appreciate y'all. Before we even go any further, shout out my mods. Pinsy, what's up? Shout out all my nation. AJ Matthews, what's good? Jazzy, what's up? Kosher Kid, welcome to the fire. Welcome to the flame. All right. Kyra knows what's up with you. Cherie 79, what's good? Gangster Cat, you know the shit. Mariah, go back like babies on pacifiers. Old dirt dog, no liar. Keep your fantasies hot like fire. Shout out to you, man. Everything that you got going on. Appreciate the support, man. Listen here. What have we been explaining? Like I said, we ain't here to play no games. I need everybody to stomp on that like button so we can get this informative information out, because what they have been telling us for the past damn near 30 years has all been lies. All right. And tonight we open up Pandora's box, y'all. All right. We doing this for who? For Big. No, not for no motherfucking Diddy. All right. This right here is for the notorious B.I.G. because everyone failed to realize who built this empire. Who put Bad Boy on the motherfucking map? It was Biggie, him motherfucking self, right? All right, so we gonna do this for Big Brooklyn. Stand the fuck up, because it ain't been enough individuals, all right, repping Big name. That part. It ain't been enough artists that's coming out of Brooklyn, all right, that even step and stand in the name of Big and everything that he has brought before them. That part. Pay attention, y'all. But with that being said, all right, we're going to pick up right where the fuck we left off last night. All right, because as y'all see, it's been told to us, like I said, for 30 plus years, that this is the notorious B.I.G. getting in this car, as y'all see on the screen, right? Okay, it's been told to us they even did the reenactment in the movie. All right, they even did the reenactment in the movie of Biggie getting in the car, in the passenger seat. But when we come to find out, y'all, Biggie actually got in the back seat. And not only did he get in the back seat, y'all, all right, he was actually in the same car as P. Diddy. He was actually in the same car as P. Diddy and Gean Deal. All right. And they said Biggie was in another vehicle. And we got the motherfucking receipts. Now, like I said, not only do we have the receipts, y'all, all right, I put in a request to get the autopsy report, the official, and I got it back already. 2.5 seconds. And what I tell y'all, all right, what they have been telling us ain't matching up. I got the goddamn autopsy results. All Biggie entry wounds. When he got shot, it's on the left side of his body, y'all. Hit the like button. We're going to expose that tonight because they told us Biggie was shot through the door, all right, on the right side of his body. But I got the autopsy report where the shots hit Biggie on the left side. And the fatal shot, y'all, all right, y'all won't believe this shit. Biggie was shot in the back. Hit the like button. Strategic information. Tonight it comes out. Gean Deal, you got a lot of explaining to do. You got a lot of explaining to do because just like you said, you got Nina, Nana, all right, Keisha, Linda, Veronica, Nikki, and all these motherfucking guns. But on the night when these guns were supposed to have been used and they should have been used, they wasn't. They wasn't. But you talk about how your reputation is, how you take your job so seriously. But it looked like you was laid back all night. Not only was you laid back, the story that you have been telling, you had been a part of this major cover up. Shout out everybody that's coming up in here. I see y'all. Beverly, what's good? The whole Fire Flame Nation. RIP to Biggie. Most definitely strategic drop, Miss D. It's coming tonight. I need everybody to hit the like button because what I'm going to reveal tonight is going to shock a lot of people. Just like we always have been doing over here. All right, we don't play a whole lot of motherfucking TikTok videos and all that shit because like I said, man, playing a bunch of videos all day, you ain't gonna figure out a motherfucking thing. You have to sit here and really pick this shit apart. Just like you playing defense, you got to be able to pick apart the offense and the plays that they're throwing at you. You got to be willing to intercept these plays. Intercept these plays. And the only way to intercept these plays is with strategical research, ladies and gentlemen, as GFTV. 28 years in the making. The truth has finally came out that the notorious B.I.G., as y'all see, y'all, is getting in the back seat of the same vehicle that Diddy is in. Now, what we about to break down here tonight. All right, shout out the whole Fire Flame Nation, man. I appreciate everybody that's coming up in here because we about to get right to it. I need y'all to hit the like button, drop your fire and TVs in the motherfucking chat, and let's do this how this shit's supposed to be done because we're going to do this in the name of Biggie because why Gean Deal is trying to distract everyone. Like I've been saying last night, Gean Deal has been the main distraction of this Biggie situation since the beginning. Since the beginning, he has been the main distraction. He gave the wrong description of the car, the colors, and everything. How could Little C's give one color of the car, but Gean Deal give another color of the car when Little C's was allegedly sitting right next to Big, right? Right? But we're seeing Biggie get in the back seat of this vehicle here, right? But y'all hit the like button, drop y'all fire TVs in the chat. Let's fucking go. It's up. Fat Man Scoop, RIP.
Did you feel like anything was going wrong, or everything was just cool? What was your vibration that night?
The night was cool, man. You didn't feel like nothing was gonna happen that night. You know what I mean? It wasn't like a regular LA party. This is like know, it's the vibe. It's the vibe party. You know, all the celebrities did. This is, you know, this is the award weekend. You know, them type of parties. You know, them parties be different. The weekend award parties. It's not like you're hosting somewhere. Or you're doing a party somewhere. It's just you in that town. It's people from all over. You know what I mean? And everything just like felt regular. You know what I'm saying? You know, and everybody was just showing big wild love. They play Hypnotized like 20 times. I mean, I was walking around the club. You know what I'm saying? By myself. You know, he'd be like, yo, you know, go look for some shorties, my nigga. See what's good. Because we just started speaking, because he wasn't speaking to me for like a day or two. Because some shit happened. I fucked up a little situation. Like, he was really mad at me. He ain't speak to me for like a whole day.
He wasn't speaking to you for a day or two. You know why? It was really longer than that. You see, a lot of people don't know about that accident. You see, they tried to kill Biggie in that accident. Hit the like button. Strategic information. That's right. I'm revealing everything. Me and my resources have never failed anybody. And I am hearing y'all. Remember the accident, right? Remember Big on the cane and shit, and he could barely walk, right? I used to be as strong as Ripple B till Little C's cripple me, right? Right? Exactly. Do y'all know that accident? They tried to take out the notorious B.I.G. in that accident, y'all. In that accident, when Little C's was driving, as everybody was saying, Little C's is always the driver at all times. Biggie trusted him as his main driver because they said C's had the will to be a young nigga. He knew how to move, you know what I'm saying? But this particular day, for some reason, all right, as we also seen in the movie, they made sure they put that in the movie. You know why? You know why? Because that was the failed attempt on his life. That was the first failed attempt on Biggie's life with the accident. They tried to take Big out then. Hit the like button. Motherfucking Little C's know. Little C's know. All right? They tried to knock Big out the box with that accident. But let's continue, man. All right? Shout out the whole Fire Flame Nation, man. I appreciate y'all.
So we just started to like talk again like 2 days before that. So he was like, yo, go circle the spot, see what's in here. You know, I go circle it, and everything
It's
was
cool.
just smooth. I wasn't getting no problems. Nobody throwing up no west side at us or nothing. And after they played the record a few times, we just in there kicking, everybody coming, congratulating Big, Jermaine Dupri, the Brat, everybody. And next thing you know, they make this announcement saying everybody got to leave. It's a fire hazard. You know what I mean? Like, it's too crowded. So, you know, we all like, all right, so we're going to make our ways, we're going to make our ways out towards the door. And once we started going out, regular shit. No, you don't see nothing's going on. We get to the valet shit, get down the stairs, waiting for the cars to pull up. Puff car come first. And he kind of pulls up a little bit. It took a little minute for Big car to come. That's why you see that last picture with Big sitting there with the cane smoking a cigarette.
You hear this, right?
And the car found first. And get to the valet shit, get down the stairs, waiting for the cars to pull up. Puff car come first. And he kind of pulls up a little bit. It took a little minute for Big car to come. That's why you see that.
Puff car pulls up, right? And it said it took a little while for Big car to actually come, right? Now, like I said, y'all, when we do the playback, for some strange reason, what they telling us is not adding up. Okay, because when we go back to this video on the night, check it out now. When we go back to this video on the night, Biggie lost his life. As I found out, it was a lady from Houston that was filming this. I got the receipts. But anyway, we see the first vehicle, right? And that first vehicle is clearly not Biggie's, because Biggie vehicle had the what? Stickers on the hood cap that said "Think Big." So we also know this is Diddy's truck, not Biggie, right? Okay, so why do we only see Diddy truck and we never see Biggie truck? The video get edited. You see this, right? It gets edited out. Next thing we know, we seeing all this goofy shit down here. 2 vehicles, right? Right? But this first vehicle is the Range Rover. Then it edits, as y'all can see, like I was explaining last night, okay? And in this video, we never actually see Biggie's truck pull up like they are telling us, like they did the reenactment. The only truck we actually see pull up is Diddy truck. And not only do we see Diddy truck pull up, who do we see get in the back of this truck? Check it out. Biggie. Just like they've been telling us, right? Right? But let's continue. Watch this.
The last picture with Big sitting there with the cane smoking a cigarette, because we just waiting for the car. So when the car finally pull up, you know, we hops in, Big hop in the passenger seat. I'm right behind Big. Right behind him, he in the passenger seat, I'm right behind him, and D-Rock is on the side of me behind the driver. And we pull out, we make a right, we pull out, we got caught at that light. Puff is in front of us. Puff catch the light. We didn't catch the light. We stops. And we in that middle lane, and I see some girls walking by, and I'm just like, you know, trying to, you know, your short age.
Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button.
Yo, come fuck with us after this, and before you know
Stomp on that like button, man. If y'all doing this for Big, and actually fuck that shit that's going on with Cassie. Fuck that shit. That shit that's going on with Cassie and all that bullshit is actually a distraction from the real justice that we should be getting for the notorious B.I.G. If Diddy should be on trial for anything, it should be for the murder of Biggie. If Gene Deal should be in the courtroom, all right, taking notes about anything about Diddy, it should be about the Biggie situation. Fuck a Cassie. Fuck that bitch. Hit the like button, y'all. Fuck that bitch. FTB in the chat. FTB in the chat. That's right, I said it. Because this whole situation that they claim Diddy was doing all this trafficking shit, y'all, all right, it's only a band-aid to actually cover what actually went down back in 1997. Because like I told y'all, Gene Deal wasn't even around Diddy and Cassie, but he's speaking on Cassie and Diddy when you wasn't even around them at this time. But let's continue, y'all.
car just pulled up on the side of us. They yelled nothing, ain't say nothing. It just started firing in the truck. Everybody get down in the truck. You know, we all like boil down in the truck. After the firing stopped, all of us hop out, and we hop out. You know, we lean on the back of the truck.
Hit the like button.
And the only one door didn't open was Big, so we all turned around and ran right back to the car. And you know, Big is linked over on the console, like eyes like popping wide open. He didn't yell, didn't say nothing. Puff car came back around. Puff truck comes back around, and Puff jumps out. You know, jumps in the car. He's talking to Big for a second. Then we realized, like, yo, we wasting time. He's like, yo, come on, jump in, let's get to the hospital. And we all just jumped in the car, and we just like running every red light, every light, jumping on curves, trying to get him to the hospital. By the time when we got him to the hospital, it took like 6 people to pull him out, and he was unconscious. So it was a lot of dead weight. So it took like 6 people to grab him and take him in the hospital. And I didn't go in the hospital right away. I stayed outside. I didn't even go in there when they picked him up and dragged him up and put him in the hospital. I stayed outside the whole time.
You wouldn't go inside? Was there a reason?
Now, we all know that Gene Deal said that he was the one who made, y'all, hit the like button. Ain't Gene Deal going around YouTube saying he was the one who made the call to Biggie mother, right? Hit the like button. Strategic drop. Ain't Gene Deal the one that's taking credit for making that phone call to Biggie mother, telling Valletta Wallace that Biggie was dead and what happened to Biggie, right? Didn't Gene Deal take credit for that? Watch this. Hit the like button, y'all. I'm telling y'all, I'm one of the best. This motherfucker talks so much. Everybody talks so motherfucking much. All right, they actually forget what the fuck they be saying. All right, so let's go. Watch this.
I was just nervous. I was nervous. It ain't look right to me. You know, just when they was taking him out the car, it just ain't It just ain't feel good. But you're just thinking like he gonna be good. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, all right, ain't no headshot. There's no like that. We couldn't tell where he got shot at either. You know what I mean? We just know like he got shot in the side. So you're just thinking like, all right, it's big. He gonna pull through. I'm outside more angry than anything. You know what I'm saying? And then I forgot who called me in there. I think it was Mark Pitts or Rock or somebody called me inside. And when I came inside the room, there was a bunch of grown ass men like laying on the floor with their hands over their face, crying and shit. I'm like, what the fuck happened? And they was like, yo, he ain't make it. What? Huh? Nah, y'all lying. And it was like, yo, he ain't make it. Everybody just started going crazy in this room. And after that, like about 3 minutes after us just sobbing and crying, somebody popped the question like, yo, who gonna tell his mother? Who gonna make that call to Mama Wallace and tell her right now that her son is dead in L.A.? And D-Rock had to make that phone call.
What? Hit the like button.
And D-Rock had to make that phone call. L.A. And D-Rock had to make that phone call.
Okay. Now we hearing Little C saying D-Rock made the phone call. And we know for a fact that Gean Deal is taking credit for being the one to actually call Voletta Wallace himself and telling Voletta what happened to Biggie. But we got Little C saying D-Rock is the one that actually called Biggie mother, not Gean Deal, y'all. Hit the like button. Strategic drop now. Okay, now we all know Gean Deal is taking credit for breaking this news to Biggie's mother. But we got who?
And D-Rock had to make that phone call. He was the only one that took the phone to do it. Nobody else. Mark Pitts was in that room. I think Faith was in there. There's a few other people in there. Nobody wanted to.
Faith.
Nobody wanted to
What?
grab that. Was in there. There's a few other people. Pitts
Wait
was
a
in
minute.
that room. I think Faith was in there.
He said he think Faith was in California in the emergency room when Biggie got knocked down, when they said Faith was out up here in New York, New Jersey. Hit the like button, y'all. How the fuck Faith get out there when they said Faith came with Voletta Wallace the next day? And we're hearing Little C say out his mouth that Faith was also in the emergency room and Faith didn't call Voletta Wallace. You see what I'm saying, y'all? All right. All these stories ain't adding up. Peep the game. Once again.
Phone call. He was dead in L.A. And D-Rock had to make that phone call. He was the only one that took the phone to do it. Nobody else. Mark Pitts was in that room. I think Faith was in there.
I think Faith was in there, right? Hit the like button. Check this out. Okay. Now, when has it ever been documented that Faith was out there with Biggie in them at the museum? I didn't know Faith was there either. And I never see one picture of Faith there at the vibe party or nothing. Nobody never mentioned Faith was there. But we hear Little C say it all of a sudden. And we also see Google changing, all right, the narrative. Hit the like button. Strategic drop. Strategic drop. Hit the like button, y'all. Like I said, it's a whole lot of bullshit going down. If you was around and up and coming when this Biggie shit popped off, y'all all know Faith Evans was not out there. Faith Evans was not out there. Nowhere to be found As they say, Faith and Biggie were married and she was with him at the time of his death, y'all. And we know that's bullshit. We know that's a lie, right? Hit the like button. We know that's a lie, right? Right? Shout out everybody up in here, man. Hit that like button. Hit that like button because we're going to stay right on pace. Because, like I said, we know for a goddamn fact that Faith was not out there the night that shit happened with Biggie. Not only that, if Faith was out there, y'all, hit the like button as I strategically break this shit down. If Faith was out there, that means the whole time she was out there. I'm just saying, allegedly, because there's never been no records of Faith being out there when Biggie died. But check this out. If she was out there, just say, for an example, where was she when Biggie got knocked down? What vehicle was she in? All right. And where was Stevie J at the time? As we know, her and Stevie J is married, right? Not only that, Stevie J was there the night Big got knocked down. And now we're hearing Faith was also there as well. All right. So where was Stevie J? Is it possible? I'm just saying, for example, because we got to hit this shit from all angles. Is it possible that Faith also lined up Biggie as well, right along with Stevie J? Because it's not making any sense how Stevie J and Faith, all right, started fucking around openly in front of everybody, disrespected Biggie mother and everything of that nature, right, yo? But let's continue, man. Shout out the whole Fire Flame Nation.
A few other people in this. Nobody wanted to grab that phone and make that phone call. D-Rock did though. She was on the plane smoking. She was on the first flight, first red-eye flight. We was picking up from the airport that next morning.
Did you, when you realized what happened and that Big was gone, did you get out of there immediately, or did you stay with your man? What did you?
Oh no, I stayed with D-Rock. I stayed with D-Rock. He wasn't D-Rock was like, yo, I'm not leaving. And I was scared to go back to Brooklyn without Big. I was scared to just around the plane by myself, like without nobody. I was like, all right, well, if you staying, I'm staying. He was trying to send me home too, like, yo, little bro, you know, you can go home if you want to. I was like, nah, I'm not going home.
Right.
I'm staying here. You saying we're gonna stay here till Big Body come back to Brooklyn? I'm gonna stay with you, nigga, till Big Body come back to Brooklyn. Everybody else left. Faith stayed too. Faith was out there still too. And you know, everybody else left. Faith stayed too. Faith was out there still too. And you know, I wasn't gonna leave D-Rock like that because it was really just us three.
Okay, so we hear that Faith was out there as well, y'all. And like I said, a lot of this shit not adding up, and it never did. Now, it's something else I want to play for y'all. All right? Because, like I said, in order for you to get this shit right, you got to go back into the crates, y'all. When this shit first happened. All this new shit that they've been telling us for the past 10 years is fabricated. And so was a lot of other shit way before that. But all these new lies and narration, they have been added to this situation with Biggie and also Tupac. But you have to go back in time, and this is what we are doing. Okay, today hit the like button, drop y'all fire TVs in the chat. We got the content. Let's go get y'all popcorn and shit ready.
1997, Los Angeles. Rap superstar Notorious B.I.G., real name Christopher Wallace, and his label boss Sean Puffy Combs are in town to shoot a video for Biggie's new album, Life After Death. That evening, they attend a Soul Train Awards after party sponsored by Vibe magazine.
We decided to go out to the party because we were trying to be out and being seen, and a lot of people were coming and giving us positive greetings.
We were just partying and just having fun.
Puff asked for the bottles. Said, how many bottles you got? Yo, bring me all the bottles you got. So he basically bought out the bar.
And yo, what if I told y'all Biggie wasn't drinking, he ain't had no drugs or nothing in his system the night of his death? Hit the like button, strategic drop. But they show him in the movie, him and Puffy drinking and all that, celebrating all in the club. We hearing that they partying in the club and all this and all that. I got the autopsy report, y'all. This shit gonna be lit. Like I said, pay attention. Let's go.
The place was so full of smoke by midnight, the fire marshal said, we're going to shut this down.
They was ordering everybody to leave, but we had a whole entourage of people with us. We was going to go to another club.
We got into the cars. My car was in front. Biggie was in the vehicle behind.
Both vehicles proceed to the intersection of Fairfax and Wilshire. As the traffic signal turns red, Puffy Suburban runs the light while Biggie stops. A black Chevy Impala creeps up, inches away from Big.
I was behind Big in the passenger seat talking to some females on the sidewalk. And maybe like a second later, this Impala pulled up.
I was in the car with Puff. We heard something go, pop, 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 pop.
Everybody in the car ducked down.
We were screaming, they shooting at Big.
They shooting that Big and you ain't shooting back?
When you were around, we see the killer turn the corner. We parked directly in front of Big's car.
I had jumped out. I had ran to the car. I opened up the door and I was trying to talk to him.
Big just blinked over the car with his eyes kind of open. He just had this look on his face like, can you believe it? Like, it's got me.
While Puffy stays behind with Big, the other SUV speeds off after the killer.
Me and Tone, another guy who was rolling with us, took after the guy. He was going down Wilshire Boulevard, and he was gunning it. Tone's a maniac in driving, but every time he get to like 90, the car would go all the way back down because it had some kind of government chip on that particular Suburban.
For safety reasons, Suburbans from 1995 to 1998 included a mandatory chip that would automatically reduce speed when the vehicle exceeded 90 miles per hour. A valve connected to the fuel pump closes, cutting...
They couldn't catch the killers if they wanted to. They made sure that shit, yo. The shit had a governor on the motherfucking engine, yo. Whereas though when it see a certain speed limit, it's shut down.
Gas flow to the engine, slowing the car down.
Where this cat go? I don't know, man. Did they make a left?
He got out of our sight, and we didn't have a chance. That was real frustrating. So we went back to the scene of the shooting.
As Puffy's bodyguards give up the chase, a 911 call is made at 12:49 a.m. Police dispatch sends out an emergency call.
Shots fired, reported at 6060 Wilshire Boulevard. All units in the area respond.
Now, when we get back to Big's car, we decide we're gonna take him to the hospital.
We ran every light, jumping on the curb, sidewalks. We was trying the quickest way to get him to the hospital.
You notice who they got for this documentary, right? Gean Deal and who? Lil C's, the two main biggest liars also about this Biggie situation, y'all.
I was talking to him, but I wasn't hearing anything. He wasn't saying anything.
So we get to the hospital. I jump out the car. The gurney comes.
Hey, guy, need some help here.
Everybody helped to pick him up and got him on a stretcher.
It took like 6, 7 dudes to get him out the car. And when we got him out the car, he wasn't bleeding at all.
Hold the gurney, hold the gurney.
Biggie's upper torso has been penetrated by 4 bullets. Despite massive internal damage, he isn't bleeding externally. 390 pounds, Big has extra fat tissue that pushes down on the bullets and traps blood inside the chest wall. Doctors rush Biggie into surgery. He has no vital signs as they attempt to resuscitate him.
The doctors administered fluids, they administered blood, they opened his chest to be able to do some open cardiac massage to see if they were able to give him a chance to survive.
Doctors do everything they can, but at 1:15 a.m., Christopher Wallace is pronounced dead.
Okay, we stop the shit right here. Okay, now let me pull up some things. Shout out the whole Fire Flame Nation as we about to start getting motherfucking busy in here. All right, now check this out here. All right, what do we see here, y'all? What was told to us just now, even in the documentary VH1 years ago, what did it tell us? That these shots came through the front passenger door, right? Which means the entry wounds should be on the right side of his body, right? Hit the like button. Now, check this shit out, yo. I put in a request to get these autopsy records. Shout out everybody up in here. I appreciate y'all. Okay. So, let's go. All right. Let's go. Riding in front passenger seat. See this, right? This is the official autopsy report from the Los Angeles Coroner Office. All right? Check it out. Multiple gunshot wounds. Hit the like button, y'all, as we bust this shit wide open. Because like I said, what they are telling us how Big died that night, he did not die the way that they are telling us. All right, something is very, very off about the situation. As it says, gunshot wound number 1 to the left forearm. You see this, right? Gunshot number 2 to the back. Gunshot number 3 to the left thigh, y'all. And gunshot number 4, the abdomen, chest area. All right, but we're seeing, hit the like button. Okay, Biggie got shot on the right side, right, of the passenger side door. So how the fuck did these entry wounds, check it out, y'all, how did they get on the left side of his body when the shots came from the right side? Hit the like button. Not only that, how did Biggie get shot in the back? Who shot Biggie in the back, y'all? Biggie was shot in the back. Meaning, somebody in that truck killed Big. And that shit with that Impala is a throw off. That shit about Amir Muhammad is a throw off. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. And like I said, we got the receipt as we see Big getting into the back seat of this vehicle that they said that he wasn't in. Right? But like I was explaining to everybody last night, I need everybody to hit this like button, man. Stomp on this like button. I ain't begging for no money. I ain't bragging about donations or none of that shit. I'm coming here to reveal things that need to be revealed the right way. While all y'all over there watching that senile early stage Alzheimer's motherfucker talking this bullshit, because like I said, y'all, and I'm going to say it again, you allow the biggest rapper in the world to get killed on your watch. That means that's on your resume. That's on your belt for life. No matter what job you try to apply at for personal security, that's going to come out that you were doing personal security or the night Biggie died and you allowed Biggie to die, right? Now, check this out, y'all. I've been telling everybody that it's some weird, funny shit with Gean did. All right? Now, not only are we popping the big question, so are some other individuals.
Religion and all that, like me and him praying, like, yo, you know, I don't even play like that, bro.
Bro, let me tell you something. Like, did I say you and him was praying together? Go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk.
I know you to be a real one. I know you to be a real one.
Go ahead.
I know you to be an upstanding guy. So I'm not expecting no funny business from you. Like, even in your show, you said some stuff about you and Puff was taking a picture with his dude shot Big before he even got killed. But you never really addressed that. So if you don't start addressing stuff, bro, address the real stuff, man. Don't be playing around, because this is not a game.
Address the real shit. And the real shit is what Mase is about to pop out and ask this nigga. Watch how Mase put this nigga on blast. Remind y'all, Mase was there that night. Okay? But he stayed at the fucking hotel like the smartest person did out of the whole damn group. He stayed at the hotel like he was supposed to. Because the motherfucker tell me like, bro, they gonna kill you tonight and everybody that come with you. Why would you go? Mase did the smartest thing out of everybody. But let's continue.
This is people's life. And I'm the only one really willing to say something or to do something about it. I ain't hiding behind no YouTube and all of that.
So you saying, Mase, hold up. You saying that you know who I am. You know you go ahead.
I'm saying in your video, it's in your video where you said you took a picture with a nigga who shot Big. That's crazy.
Bruh.
You said took a picture with him.
Bruh, you're not listening. Bruh, listen here. Mase, when you talk, I don't say a thing. When I talk, I want the same respect. Now, what I told you was, and what you didn't hear, was they showed me a picture of me, Puff, and the nigga who killed, that Lil C said killed Big. The FBI said they saw the picture too. When they showed me the picture, they had the face blurred out. I didn't say I took a picture. I said the FBI. Yo, bro, I said the LAPD showed me a picture of me, Puff, and the nigga who shot Big. The Lil C said.
Why would you, Puff, and Big? Why would you and Puff be taking a picture with a dude who did that? That don't make no sense.
Because they showed me the picture. I don't know who took the picture. What do you mean? The nigga walked up the Puff car first. And I see. Why was y'all with him? Puff was in the car? I was standing on the outside. This nigga was coming up down the drive. He was coming down the street. What are you talking about? Okay, so if you want to say something, Mase, tell us why you didn't go. Mase.
You hear this, right? Now he trying to put Mase on the spot why he ain't go. Because motherfucker, he ain't go because he ain't want the same shit that happened to him that happened to Big. If you ain't protect Big, what makes you think you gonna protect Mase? Right? So watch what Mase say to this nigga.
Why you ain't go to the party? Mase, why you didn't go to the party?
Because I was in a hotel with Brandy.
Why you didn't go? Brandy told you, you told me that Brandy told you, let's go to the party. Why you didn't go to the party?
I didn't go to the party because all y'all seem like snakes.
Hit the like button.
I didn't go to the party because
all y'all niggas seem like snakes.
And I didn't go to the party because all y'all seem like snakes.
Hit the like button. Mase said I ain't go to the party because all y'all niggas seem like snakes. Mase knew something was up. He knew something was up with Diddy, Gean, and everybody that was moving funny that night. Mase knew. And not only did Mase knew that everybody was moving like snakes because he'd been around them for so long. When you've been around individuals for so long, you know when they start to move different. You know when they vibes and their energy is off. You know what I'm saying? Because you've been around these individuals for so long. So this is how Mase knew Gean was on some bullshit. It wasn't a lot of shit adding up. And Mase is like, nah. Something ain't right, bro. And Mase also told Biggie not to go to that party as well. But let's continue. Watch this.
And I'm not gonna
so Mase, who told you, Mase, didn't I tell you? Listen here, Mase. Did I tell? Let's keep it 100. When you was riding around,
Let me answer.
Go ahead.
Let me answer the question. You guys was the security. If somebody shot the biggest rapper in the world, why y'all didn't shoot back? Y'all had guns? You guys was the security. If somebody shot the biggest rapper in the world, why y'all didn't shoot back? Y'all had
hit the like button. I've been saying this since last night. The biggest rapper in the motherfucking world got shot and killed. Why nobody shot back? And motherfuckers had guns, bro. And Gean wasn't the only one with guns. He's lying. He's lying. Gean is making it seem like he the only one out of the whole bad boy crew that had guns that night. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. And this is what Mase don't understand, because Mase was what? In the midst of all them niggas. He know who got guns and who don't. And Mase said, y'all the security. Y'all got guns. He didn't say you. He said y'all, meaning the whole security team. Y'all got guns. Why nobody shot back and tried? To defend Big. Nobody shot back. Listen. And he don't even want to answer the question. Watch his goofy ass.
Let me answer the question. You guys was the security. If somebody shot the biggest rapper in the world, why y'all didn't shoot back? Y'all had guns?
Mase, let me ask you something. I'm going to get to that.
What the fuck you mean you going to get to that?
Mase, let me ask you something. I'm going to get to that.
You going to get to that? You going to get to that? Nigga, you supposed to been got to that. And we ain't supposed to be here on this conversation right now. He can't answer that question. Never could. Never could answer that question. Why nobody shot their guns back at that vehicle. You know why? You know why nobody never shot back, y'all? Because the shit didn't happen like they telling us it happened. And I got the fucking receipts to prove it. They're telling us that Biggie got in the passenger fucking front door and he got shot from the right side. I got the receipts and the autopsy report that says something totally fucking different. All right? I got the receipts that he was shot in the back and on the left side of his fucking body. And not only that, he was in the back seat in the same vehicle as Gean Deal and P. Diddy, y'all. Hit the like button. Strategic drop. He was in the same vehicle as P. Diddy and Gean Deal. Is this Diddy or not? Is that Diddy or not? Shout out everybody up here and stop on that like button. Is that Diddy or not? In the front seat. Why is Diddy in the front seat anyway? When we all know the main attraction is supposed to be in the back seat, not in the front with the windows down, right? Right? Ain't the security supposed to be in the front seat of the vehicle and P. Diddy supposed to be in the back seat, right? Shouldn't it be Big and him in the back seat? But we don't see that. We got Puffy in the front seat and we got Biggie getting in the back seat. Okay? Just like the reenactment in the movie. Next thing you know, the shit edits, skips, all right? And pop, 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 pop. But the shit that happened in the meantime, in between time, we never actually really see for ourselves. It's just hearsay. Now, like I said, y'all, this situation with Biggie, all right, it gets even deeper, y'all. Because like I said, when you do your vital strategic research, you never fail. Let's go.
I was told that the actual shooting was on the video.
They were very excited about it and flew to Texas to get the videotape. They were very excited about it and flew to Texas to get the video.
Okay, they flew to Texas to get the videotape, y'all. So this footage here that I'm actually showing y'all was filmed by somebody from Texas. And not only is that hearsay, all right, I got a receipt that adds to that credibility. Because if y'all listen real carefully in the background, when somebody's recording from this vehicle, you hear the Ghetto Boys playing in the background. Houston's very own. Okay, we hear the Ghetto Boys in the background. So what they're saying about whoever filmed this situation was from Houston, Texas, y'all. All right, and what I find very crazy about that is, all right, we heard Jay Prince also recount some events about what happened with Biggie, right? He said he heard Biggie was about to get killed and he's supposed to turn the tour bus around and all that. Have y'all ever heard that from the situation with Jay Prince? All right, but a lot of people don't know. Before Biggie was knocked down, it was a secret meeting in Houston, Texas with J. Prince Jr. and P. Diddy, yo. All right? It was a secret meeting with these two. All right? And for some strange reason, right after this meeting, somebody just so happens to be from Houston, happens to record the knockdown of the notorious B.I.G. allegedly. All right, somebody from Houston. Now,
Most Wanted and said she had videotape that she took that night. And so America's Most Wanted contacted the police department.
I was told that the actual shooting was on the video.
They were very excited about it and flew to Texas to get the videotape.
It didn't actually capture the shooting. They was focused on Biggie's car when the shots were fired. The camera just went shaky, shaky, shaky like the shots were fired. Actually captured the shooting. They was focused on Biggie's car when
they were folks on Biggie's car. So like I said, they're telling us that this is Biggie's truck, y'all. Like I said, they've been telling us for the last 28 to 30 goddamn years. Even the investigators. Okay? This is supposed to be Biggie's truck when we know for a fact this is Diddy's truck. Right? We hear the feds and the detectives actually say this out their own mouth, yo. Okay? Check it out.
the shots didn't actually capture the shooting. They was focused on Biggie's car when the shots were fired. The camera just went shaky, shaky, shaky like.
Right. It was folks on Biggie's car. Right? Strategic drop. It was folks on Biggie's car. But when the shot started, the camera started shaking. Right? Hear that, right? Okay. So why are they telling us, like I said, that this is Biggie's vehicle when it's actually not Biggie's vehicle? It's Diddy's vehicle, y'all. Shout out everybody up in here. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for joining. DJ Quick Sort of Killings, y'all. DJ Quick, the Brat, Busta Rhymes, the Wayans Brothers, Irv Gotti, Ed Lover, and many, many more. They're even saying Faith Evans was out there now. But every person that I just named, I got the receipts of every individual. Every individual. Now, it's something else I want to also share. All right? Not only is detective saying this, not only is Gene Deal saying this, all right, so are the FBI. As it says, FBI documents state Wallace was traveling in the passenger seat of a Chevrolet Suburban after leaving a party at the Peterson Automotive Museum, right? You see this, right? But we clearly see Biggie get into the back seat. And you know the crazy part, y'all? The FBI documents have been sealed. Okay? When you click on these FBI documents, all right, they're sealed. But they claim that they don't told us everything. So if they told us everything, why did they seal it? Why is the documents sealed, y'all. Strategic information now. Why are the documents sealed? And like I said, all right, this platform, the art of dialogue, all right, is put in place to run these narratives as well. Just like the art of dialogue was put in place for Keefe D to come on the scene on these platforms before Gean did. And like I was trying to tell everybody, the whole time when Keefe D was running his mouth about everything, you ain't hear Gean Deal coming back rebutting about shit. About nothing. All right, so check this out. Appreciate everybody that's coming up in here because we're going to break this shit down systematically. One of the best to do this. Let's go.
The night that Biggie got killed, right? How often do you think about that night? Because when I talk to you, I can tell that, you know, that night that still get to you. And I can tell, man, that you still replay that night over and over in your head, thinking about what you could have did to avoid Biggie from getting killed.
Sometimes I can't get the shit out of my mind, but I have good days, bad days. You got to realize when you hear the music, I go into a restaurant and they playing the Biggie music and they got shit like on the walls of big places I go and I see that shit. And you, oh man, you was put in a place to try to save this kid's life. And I seen the joy, the pain, I seen all the bullshit unfold. I saw this kid lose his life. This kid died while I was pulling him out the car. He had died, man. That's why I told my life story in my book. That's why I told what I seen and what I felt that night in the book. And the second one is a tearjerker, and it's crazy because I'm telling all the stories in it. So to answer your question, you have your good days, you got your bad days, bro. You was there when arguably the world's greatest rapper was murdered.
Right. And you ain't do shit about it.
I wouldn't put nobody in my shoes because I don't feel like they could handle it. If I didn't have God in my life, I didn't have people praying for me, I don't know if I could handle it.
Yeah, man, I know that gotta be hard, man, seeing all these reenactments of Biggie death and seeing these reenactments and these biopics and documentaries and stuff like that. I know that gotta be hard to see, man.
It just hurt because they lie too much, man.
Just like you. Just like you lie too goddamn much. Because it took for you. Like we just heard him say. All this information. He chose to make a monetary gain off of Big and that shit that happened the last night. That's all he doing right now. Is still continuing to eat off a Big name. And Puffy allowed them. And when I'm telling y'all, the reason why Puffy allowed him to do it, because Diddy and Gean Deal is a lot closer behind the scenes than a lot of people fail to realize. This is why he was around Diddy for so long. He was Diddy's number one go-to man for everything for 15 years straight. Even after the Biggie situation, all this shit Gene Deal saying about Biggie, why he ain't stopped working for Diddy after the night Biggie died. Why he still continue to work for Diddy and still continue to cover up and put up with his bullshit, even with the Jennifer Lopez situation, strategic drop. Even with the Shine situation, strategic drop. Right? Right? But you, security, you talking about how many lives you done saved and how you was hired to protect someone's child life. Well, if that's the case, when Diddy was acting all stupid in that club when he supposed to shot that bitch in the face, why you ain't trying to protect that bitch from Diddy? You said you know Diddy was a monster, right? Strategic drop. You said you knew Diddy was a monster. You was there to witness some of the horrible shit that he has done, right? Right. But like I was trying to explain to everybody, you were also there protecting Diddy, guarding him, doing security while he was doing all this fucked up shit, even down to the night with Big, down to where that bitch got shot in the club. And Diddy shot that bitch. And you still continue to work for Diddy after that, didn't you, Gene Deal? So he sets up Big, you claim. He shoots a bitch in the face. He's doing all these artists dirty right in front of you. You're bearing witness to all of this shit, but he's being so loyal to you. Right?
It'd be a lot of that shit be lies the way they put it together because they listening to these white boys who wasn't even there. How the hell a white, how, and I don't want to make
now he want to pull the racism card. You see this, right?
It's racial, but they take these white boys who wasn't even there and want to use the story that they want to tell, which is not the truth. Wasn't no drive-by. Car was standing there at the corner. We talk about this shit all the time, bruh. The stories they tell is not truthful. And now people are sitting here believing every Biggie movie that you've seen, they say it's a drive-by. When the witness...
Why? Listen, do y'all know when he did this interview? Why is he coming out all these years later saying that it wasn't a drive-by? Motherfucker, you were in the documentary. As I strategically break this down, one of the first documentaries that was made, bitch. And they're talking about it was a drive-by, bro. And you're in the documentary, bro. What are you talking about? Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button. So if it wasn't a drive-by, Gene Deal, why you ain't say something in this documentary? They're telling everybody it's a drive-by in one of these first documentaries that aired on VH1. And we see Gene Deal in it. But he's telling us that these documentaries is lying and it wasn't a drive-by when he already co-signed for the documentary saying it was a drive-by. Make it make sense. Like I said, he's seen now. Early stages of Alzheimer's. They already said it. They already said it. He done forgot some of the shit he already said. He done forgot some of the shit he already did. How can you come up on the dialogue channel all these years later and claim that all these documentaries is lying, talking about it was a drive-by, and it wasn't a drive-by, but you were in these documentaries co-signing that it was a drive-by. You was the first one, Gene Deal. You and who? Little C's. Hit the like button. Strategic drop. And like I said, they put Gene Deal in place to continue to twist, deceive, and hit people with the bullshit. Because if you knew all this information, bro, why you ain't been say something? Why it take all these years? You never even mentioned it in your documentary. Go back to the biblical betrayal. Go back to the biblical betrayal of Biggie Smalls. The documentary that you did yourself, right, G Deal? You never mentioned that that car was sitting there waiting on y'all. You said the car drove up. You said this out your mouth. You've been saying it.
It's the last thing I thought that Big would be dead, but it was reality. It was real. Everybody was in there with this phone in their hand because we had to make a decision on who was going to call his mother. Nobody wanted to make that phone call to tell her mother her only son has passed away. D-Rock was the only one muscle up enough heart to say, you know what? Give me the phone.
Strategic drop. Once again, we got Little C's on 2 different occasions saying Gene Deal never made that phone call to Biggie's mother, saying that Biggie passed, when Gene Deal is taking credit for making the phone call, when Little C's is saying the phone went into all these hands. Everybody gave the phone up. The only one who called Biggie mother to let Biggie mother know what actually happened to Biggie was D-Rock, y'all, not Gene Deal. Gene Deal been lying for years, yo. And like I said, all you have to do is strategic research. Everything obedient, because they can't take back what they already said.
To tell her mother her only son is because we had to make a decision on who was going to call his mother. Nobody wanted to make that phone call.
Nobody.
To tell her mother her only son has passed away. D-Rock was the only one muscle up enough heart to say, you know what? Give me the phone.
D-Rock was the only one who made the call. Like I said, Gene Deal been lying so much, y'all. So much. When you tell lies, you have to continue to tell a lie, to capitalize on that lie, to continue to make it believable. And this is why every goddamn day, every other week, when Gean is on these platforms, he's adding more and more and more and more and more and taking away shit that has already been stomped, stamped, and sealed, and trying to recreate a whole nother narrative that actually never happened. Why is he taking credit for calling Biggie's mother? Yo, why is he taking credit for calling Biggie's mother? When D-Rock was the one who did it. Shout out everybody up in here, man. Appreciate y'all. See what y'all got to say in the chat. Because like I said, somebody got some real explaining to do. Just like this accident, right? we heard Gean Deal say that on the night at the Peterson Museum, when the smoke alarm went off, he said Big took a long time to come down the steps because of the cane, right? As I'm showing y'all multiple pictures with Big in this cane, right? They say Big could barely move and he could barely walk. Now, like I said, something very odd and strange is going on with this situation, y'all, because I got footage of the Notorious B.I.G., his last performance out there at the Soul Train Awards. And he's on stage with no cane. And he's moving like a motherfucker, yo. All right? Now, check this out. Like I said, it's a lot of things that just don't make sense. Let me show y'all this now. Now, every picture we see with Big leading up to his death and out there in Cali, he got that cane. Check this out. Everybody hit the like button. All right? Now, this is the last performance at the Soul Train Awards. All right? Check it out.
Come on, Soul Train, get up out your seats. Come on. Get up out your seats. We're going to do it like this.
Hit the like button, y'all. Show y'all how we do this shit. Check it out now. Here he comes. Here he comes. Black and ugly as ever. However, with no cane. But for some reason, we see all the gypsy girls with canes in their hand. But Biggie does not have a cane. Watch this shit.
Down low, get about your seats. Come on.
I pop for freaks, all the honeys, dummies, playboy bunnies, those wanting money. Those the ones I like because they don't get Nathan but penetration. Unless it smells like temptation, garbage, I turn like.
Where is Biggie's cane? Where is Biggie's cane? All right, now we all know that
black and ugly as ever. However,
this Soul Train performance, we know Biggie was at the Soul Train Awards, and then they went to the Vibe Party, right? Right? But if you notice, for some strange reason, they try to alter what is actually going on and taking place. As you see, whoever uploaded this video, they put the wrong year. They put 96. Strategic information. Okay? Which I don't know why they put 96. And it wasn't 96. It was actually 97. Actually, a week before his death, because the reward show was pre-recorded before it was released to the masses. This is why we didn't see this performance till after Biggie died. I remember They didn't show the Soul Train Awards till after Biggie died. They didn't show this performance until after he died. And they say that this was his last performance. But we know for a fact that Biggie was on a cane. Right? So where is the goddamn cane at? Where is the cane at? And remind you, the whole time they were out in LA, Biggie and Puffy was both wearing black and white. Duality, black and white. Duality, black and white. Duality. As leading up to this Life After Death album, y'all, we started to see the Notorious B.I.G., all right, take a darker turn. And what I mean by a darker turn, he stopped dressing flashy Versace Coogee sweaters and shit. He started showing up in like funeral type clothes, if you ask me. All right, to actually go along with this Life After Death theme, if y'all get where I'm coming from. All right, because if y'all pay attention, like I said, nobody really paid attention to a lot of this shit, but it's coming out. All right, because I got all the receipts leading up to this album. Like I said, we started to see a darker version of Biggie. The way he dressed and the way he moved and everything. And I believe that this was from the influence of Diddy. This is from the influence of Diddy. As we see, he's in the graveyard with the hearse, with his name on the hearse. And the next time we see Big is riding through Brooklyn in this same black motherfucking hearse, yo. In this same black motherfucking hearse. Now you can look at Big face and you can tell that he's not too comfortable with these photo shoots. You can look at his face and you can actually tell. All right. And I have some more strategic pictures to show. Like I said, if y'all noticed before Biggie died, leading up to this album, the way he dressed and everything with all the colors, the Versace, the Coogee, all the loud colors and shit that he was known for. All right, he just all of a sudden just flipped. It turned dark. Shout out everybody up in here. I'm just keeping it real. Every picture that I have searched leading up to Big's death, all his photo shoots and everything gives nothing but death vibes and death energy all the way. Nothing but death vibes and death energy. As y'all see this picture here, this was taken out in California. This is for the Life After Death photo shoot. As you see the blood on the floor ritual, right? Hit the like button, strategic drop. All right, like I said, he was doing these photo shoots with these canes and shit, but when he was performing on stage, he didn't have no cane. But a lot of people don't believe in this occult symbolism. All right. And like I said, something deeper and darker happened to Big out there that night. And Gean Deal know it. Diddy know it. And I'm proving it because they've been telling us all these years that Biggie was shot in the front passenger seat of this truck when he literally got in the back seat and he was shot from the back and from the left side of his body, not the right side. not the right side. Check it out. Show y'all something. See something. See if it's it right here. The like button. Like I said, I just don't run my mouth. I got receipts to bring everything I'm proving. I'm spiritually wide the fuck awoke. Trust me. Ain't too much that get past me. For real. I know what's going on. Because when these evil doers do this shit, they have to do it in plain sight with symbolism. Right? Blood on the floor in a ritual often symbolizes a covenant, an offering, or an act of what? Purification in various religion and cultural practices. The specific meaning can vary depending on the context, but generally blood is viewed as representing life and power in its presence in a ritual and can signify a connection between the divine and the human realm. All right, so that's the first kicker. Let's continue here. Let me see. See something here. Nope, wrong one. Wrong one. Apologize. Wrong one again. Shout out everybody up in here, man. I appreciate y'all. All right. Shout out the whole nation. Now, like I was saying, man, all right, they have to put all this in plain sight every time, right? As we see a lot of these alleged sacrifices, are always caught on video, right? To keep it 100 and all the way strategic with it. All right. This situation with the notorious B.I.G. was actually the first rapper that we ever seen that allegedly, happened to get killed on video. This was the first rapper that broke the code for all of that shit. Was it Tupac Shakur, even though he got killed in the middle of Las Vegas, where all the camera systems were already up and operating? At the time of 1996, Las Vegas had the most advanced, high-tech technology camera systems available in the nation. And we haven't seen that one video of that situation that happened out there with Pop. But like I said, it was the notorious B.I.G. video that actually opened up this whole Pandora's box that we're witnessing right now, with all these alleged knockdowns getting caught on video, right? For the world to see, right? Shout out everybody up in here. So, some other things I got for y'all as well.
Rapper Biggie Smalls was riding in the front passenger seat of a 1997 GMC Suburban when he was fatally shot in a drive-by shooting in March of 1997. After the shooting, the Suburban was impounded by the LAPD and processed for evidence. But what happened to it next, and especially the fate of the bullet-riddled front passenger door, may surprise you.
Look at the trajectory of these bullets. You see this, right? Now, like I said, how could the trajectory of these bullets come through the right side of the door, but Biggie's entry wounds are on the left side? As we also see, okay, when they're showing this reenactment, like I said, for some strange reason, with Gean changed his story and said what? That the car was waiting for Biggie all night, right? When they do this reenactment, we see the car right there waiting. Look. You see this, right? Look. You see this shit, right? Pay attention.
Riding in the front passenger seat of a 1997 GMC Suburban when he was fatally shot in a drive-by shooting in March of 1997. After the shooting, the Suburban was impounded by the LAPD and processed for evidence. But what happened to it next, and especially the fate of the bullet-riddled front passenger door, may surprise you. Holes in the front passenger door, and inspected the 6 bullet holes in the front passenger door. Biggie's Suburban was rented from a local budget rent-a-car, and 2 days after it was processed for evidence, the vehicle was returned to that rental company. And that really should have been the end of it.
Drop your fire and tears in the chat, man. We got over 130 plus. Let's get the views to match the lights and the lights to match the fucking views, because the time is now. Strategically, I'm not in a rush to cram everything up. When I tell y'all I got what y'all need, I got what y'all need. I got the answers that we all have been waiting for. And this is going to be one fire flame of a motherfucking week. Let's go. I can promise y'all.
But approximately 6 weeks later, detectives with the LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division got a tip from a deputy district attorney that someone was going to auction off Biggie's door. Someone had removed the door from the Suburban and was trying to sell it.
Somebody had removed the door from the fucking Suburban, trying to sell it. I wonder why. You know why? You know why? Just like I've been explaining. Because what they fucking telling us and what we're seeing is not adding up. Why would they take the door off the fucking car if the car is being investigated in a high-profile murder, y'all? Hit the like button. Strategic drop. Information that has been out there that has never came to the forefront and went over everybody's head and under everybody's feet. Strategic information. Why would they try to sell the door? Because I'm telling you why. Just like the autopsy said, he was shot from the left side. Okay? But they telling us these goddamn shots came through the right side of the door. And this is why they tried to sell the door off, y'all. Trying to get rid of the evidence. Trying to get rid of the evidence. This is a major cover up. This guy, listen here. Not only is allegedly the LAPD involved, state and local law enforcement. That's right. Not only LA, I said state. Federal law enforcement as well. And the reason why I say that, because we all know that the feds were there when Biggie got killed. Didn't we see the feds in the movie taking pictures of Big the whole time he was in California? Hit the like button. Strategic drop. The whole time Big was in California, they was taking pictures of Biggie everywhere he went. June, 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 June. And it was showing us in the movie. It was showing us in the movie that the fans were following Big, taking pictures. That's how they got the picture of Gean Deal and Puffy talking to Amir Muhammad. And Gean Deal ain't know where the picture came from. He said, I don't know who took the picture. Mase said, what you standing there with the nigga that's supposed to kill Big for? Why you and Diddy even talking to him? Why you take a picture with him? Gean Deal said, I ain't take no picture with him. Somebody took a picture. I don't know who took the picture. We know the fans were taking pictures that night. The fans was taking pictures that night. And like I said, if you go back to the Notorious movie, the whole time Big was in California, they were taking pictures. They were following Big everywhere he went. You notice, they only show the feds taking pictures of Biggie and Junior Mafia. They never show the feds taking pictures of P. Diddy and shit like that. Only Biggie and Junior Mafia. Biggie and Junior Mafia. Biggie and Junior Mafia. The whole time Biggie was out there in LA, y'all, he was being trailed by the feds. The whole time. The whole time. And like I said, the only one who has this type of authority to cover this shit up and seal this shit would be the feds. Because there's too much evidence out there where they could have been charged somebody. They could have been indicted somebody. If they indicted Keefy D for running his mouth about Puffy on these platforms, they can indict Gean Deal too. And like I said, Gean Deal hasn't been indicted yet. Why? He doing the same thing Keefy D did, but more. He's doing even more. There's nothing Keefe D is doing that Gean Deal is not doing right now, that he hasn't been doing over the last few years, that he hasn't really turned up ever since Keefe D left. We all know who had the dialogue spot, right? A lot of people ain't paying attention. Who had the dialogue throne? All right, I'm telling y'all why they got rid of Keefe D. I'm telling y'all why they got rid of Keefe D. All right, telling y'all why. Because Keefe D know what really went down out there with Biggie, because Keefe D was also there at the vibe party. Gean Deal said it. Keefe D started coming on these platforms, running his mouth. Okay? Gean Deal ain't like that shit. Next thing you know, Keefe D is gone. Gean Deal come and takes the spot. Peep the game now. The art of dialogue. Keefe D, 3 years ago. You see this, right? You see this, right? Now, who has took Keefe D's spot? And with the same shirt on, just a different color. Strategic drop. Damn, I'm nice. They got problems. Strategic drop. With a fucking lumberjack shirt. All right, he got the Crip colors. And we see Gean Deal on the art of dialogue with the red and black lumberjack. With no hat to match. Okay, Keefe Deal. Ain't that something? The event space was filled with police officers, right? Big Wolf says, yeah, man, I heard that a few times. And also, somebody marked up the back of the truck with something missing. Gean never said this. Nope. Nope. Gean Squill going down with his big fraud ass. Hell yeah, he going away. Hip hop itself, a government psyop. Yup. A whole lot of scripts being played and a whole lot of scripts being ran. They get paid to influence. They get paid to be a character, to influence the masses when that's not who they really are. Keefe Deal. And like I said, y'all don't see something weird and strange about that? Nobody never paid attention. They put Keefe D ass away because Keefe D was on these platforms doing what? The same exact thing Gean Deal was doing. So why Gean Deal think that he's safe? The same reason why Keefe D thought he was safe too, right? Right? Let me tell you, Gean Deal is Keefe D number 2. All right, Gean Deal looked like he was jealous of Keefe D because Keefe D was telling the Puffy story better than him. Strategic drop. And now after they done lock Keefe D up now, Gean Deal coming out the blue on these same platforms trying to tell the Diddy story. Biggie would still be alive if Puffy used us for security. DJ Quick was behind Biggie's death. You see, so we got Gean Deal saying one thing, and we got Keefe D saying totally different thing. We got Keefe D never mentioning things Keefe D I mean, we got Gene Deal never mentioning things Keefe D done mentioned, and we got things Gene Deal mentioning Keefe D never mentioned. You see what I'm saying? Shit not adding up. All right? Because like I said, Keefe D was there the night Biggie got knocked down, y'all. Keefe D was there that night. Not only was Keefe there, all right, Gene Deal was having a full-blown conversation with Keefe D because he told Biggie, like, yo, they go, Keefe D, you don't know who he is? Biggie was like, nah, I don't know that nigga. Biggie was like, I don't know that nigga. But of course, Gene Deal knew who Keefe D was, right? Because we all know that Puffy is connected with them Crips out there. And we know Gene Deal went everywhere Diddy went, right? This is how Gene Deal know who the fuck Keefe D was. This is how he knew who these Crips was. Because Diddy had these niggas on the payroll as well. And this is how the story got all looped up and mixed up. Talking about how Diddy sent the hit on Pop, then he sent the hit on Big. Yes, but he ain't do that hit on Pop. Puffy ain't got nothing to do with that hit on Tupac. And Suge don't either. And Suge don't either. All right? Just like they saying Amir Muhammad knocked down the Notorious B.I.G. No, the fuck he did not. No, he did not. No, he did not. Genie, lying ass, bona fide bastard, diabolical predator. Shout out Pensy, man. Reggie is just a hood security guard, but he was in everybody's business at all the time. Reggie White. So now it's starting to make sense why they really locked Keefe D up. Not for the Tupac hit. They didn't actually lock Keefe D up for the Tupac hit. Let me tell you what they locked him up for. Because he's about to expose what really happened to Big. Working this shit. Gene Deal has a spirit of jealousy. He has displayed this. Yes, he has. Yes, he has. Yes, he had. Reggie, Keefe, and Gene, the three-headed monsters. They locked Keefe D up to silence him. Look, Keefe D is lying about who shot Tupac. You see this, right? But why he wasn't saying this when Keefe D was home? Strategic drop. I told y'all, all y'all had to do is sit back and process everything and stop letting these motherfuckers hit you with so much shit that go over your head and under your feet. Keefe D is lying about who shot Tupac. Orlando Anderson didn't do it. Von Zit didn't provide the weapon. So when Keefe D was saying all this, why you ain't come out and say it? Why you wait till Keefe D get locked up to start popping shit about Keefe? And start going behind Keefe back on the same platform, switching everything Keefe D done said, knowing Keefe D can't even speak for himself now because he locked up. But when Keefe D was out here speaking for himself, who was quiet as a mouse like Keefe D is now? Gean Deal, right? Strategic drop. G Money was the driver with Biggie, Little C's, D-Rock, but why was the director of security for Bad Boys, Paul, was trolling Biggie? Right. Right. It was another car in back of Biggie's. I got that receipt as well. It's 3 vehicles. Diddy's, Biggie's, and it was another vehicle that was in back of Biggie's that's supposed to have more security in it. But what makes it so odd and strange, right, Renee? If that third car was behind them and I got the receipt, why didn't that third car try to give chase? That means that third car that was with that bad boy entourage sat there and watched the whole thing go down and didn't do shit. It didn't even try to apprehend the shooters. And I believe I know why. Because I honestly believe those shots, them fatal shots that Biggie lost his life from, came from inside of the truck, yo. And they come from the outside. It came from the inside of the truck, and the autopsy proves it. How you get shot in the back? Check this out. I'm about to show y'all something. Watch this shit. Watch this. Watch this. Okay. So let's go here. See this, right? Look. Check it out. Look at the entry wound to his back. He was shot in the back. You see this, right? Wound number 2. You see this, right? Entry, exit, out the shoulder. Right? It went into his back, came out his shoulder. Another shot went into his left thigh. Look at the side of these entry wounds. All on the left side of his body. Okay, when I tell y'all this is going to be a deep, detailed breakdown, I meant that. We ain't here to play. We not here to play. We here to find out what actually happened to the notorious B.I.G. Ladies and gentlemen, because what they have been telling us for the past 30 years have been lies. All right? The only entry wound that's on the right side of his body is where his right hip is. Biggie was shot in the back. Biggie was shot inside of that truck, yo. Biggie was shot inside of that truck, and it shows it. It shows it. Because there's no way the entry wound should be coming in from the left side of his body. There's no way in the world. Okay, we know bullets fly, but they literally ain't got wings. All right? They ain't got GPS navigations on the motherfuckers. All right? Okay? Ain't no way. Check it out, y'all. All right? To the left forearm. Gunshot number 2. To the back. Gunshot wound number 3. To the left thigh. This is crazy work. Gunshot wound number 4. The abdomen and the chest. Okay, this supposed to have been the fatal shot. And the only way I can see these shots actually taking place, because the trajectory is not adding up. No. All right, these shots came from inside the car, y'all. These shots with Biggie came from inside of the vehicle. The shooter was in the car. The shooter was in the car, bro. All right? And I'm going to continue to strategically prove it. Watch what I tell you. All right? Like I said, man, we ain't going to A, then skipping over to F, Y, and Z. No, we gonna go through A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And you know what? To stop all the confusion like we always do, all these other names that have been implicated, you see I'm not focused on that shit, right? Because I know all that shit is to what? Cause distractions from what actually really is going on. I explained this with the Mo 3 shit. Because if I paid attention to all these other names, we would have never found out what actually went down with Mo 3 either, right? Right? If I followed what everybody else was doing, following this name, that name, this name, that name, this name, that name, like I'm fucking stupid, that ain't gonna do nothing but run you in circles. Dun, 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 dun. Cause you go round and round and round. And that's all the fuck you gonna continue to do. You'll never get no answers. As y'all see, we proving shit. We just ain't talking. We just ain't talking. We proving this shit. These gunshot wounds came from inside this vehicle. And not only did it come from inside this vehicle, y'all. Not only did it come from inside this vehicle. Listen here, man. We got the receipt of Biggie getting in the back seat of this goddamn car. He's getting in the back seat. 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 So who shot Biggie from inside? Woo! Woo! It's gonna get hot. Inside the Suburban. All come from the left side. Right. Inside the truck. Inside the truck, y'all. Because like I said, there's no way these shots can enter Biggie's body on the left side unless they came from inside the truck. There's no way Biggie got shot in the back. Without it coming from the inside of the truck. Whoever killed Big was sitting in back of Biggie. Whoever knocked down Big was sitting in the back of Biggie in that truck. All right, and I believe soon as he sat down in that truck, that shit happened, and then they caused a whole diversion as well. You see, y'all have to understand how this shit go. When they knock down Biggie inside, this is why we don't see no blood in the actual truck as I strategically break this down, right? Now, I told y'all I am one of the best to do this shit, right? Y'all still ain't believe me, right? Okay, so let me show and tell. Let me show and tell and show you a little something here. All right, because I got every crime scene from that night. All right. All right. All right. Hold on. Hit the like button, y'all. Strategic information being revealed tonight. Strategic information, man. Let's go. All right. Because somebody got some explaining to do where these shots actually came from. Check it out. All these shots in the right side of the vehicle, y'all. But keep in mind, they say all the entry wounds are coming from the left. Let's go. No blood, nowhere. No blood, nowhere, y'all. No blood, nowhere. As big as Biggie was, do you know how much blood would have been coming out of that man? Hit the like button. I seen a skinny nigga get knocked down and bled to death. So I know if a big motherfucker, respectfully, that's 400 pounds, get shot up that goddamn close, it's gonna be blood all on the inside of this motherfucking truck, yo. Can we agree? Where is the blood at? Let me tell you why. Because this ain't the actual truck. This shit happened in. This was a diversion. This was a diversion, yo. This was a diversion. This not the actual truck Biggie got shot in. And I got the receipts. Because they said his shots came from the left side. And we're seeing all these shots coming in from the right side, right? But no blood nowhere. Look, right? And Big was a big dude, right? Right? You would think his seat would be back a little further than that. But anyway, all right? I'm just calling it how I see it, where I make real life matters, make real life sense. Big was a big 400-pound ass nigga. All right, he gained like another 75, 80 pounds because of this accident. When they tried to kill him the first time, they tried to get Little C's to kill Biggie the first time when Little C's got into that accident. Remember, I used to be as strong as Ripple B to Little C's cripple me, right? That's why Big was on the cane in the first place. That was the failed attempt of Biggie Smalls' life. And Little C's was involved with that. They tried to kill Big in that accident, but that was a failed attempt. All right? As we also see in this truck where Biggie supposed to got shot, he's 400 plus pounds. You would think the seat will be back a little bit further than that, right? Right? I know I would. No blood. Now, hit the like button. Strategic information. We see glass. Where did this glass come from? The windows never got shot out the truck. Hit the like button. Strategic drop. I'm one of the best to do this. The windows never got shot out the truck. Why is it glass in the seats? All the shots came through the doors. No shots came through the windows. Why is it glass on the seat, y'all? Because the glass came through the window, that means Biggie would have got shot in the fucking face, right? Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Why Biggie ain't get shot up in the face if the shots came through the window? Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Shots through the doors, right? We know for a fact that this window did not get shot out. This window is rolled down, bro. All right. So where the fuck did this glass come from, y'all? Where did this glass come from? Where did this glass come from? All the shots came through the doors. No shots came through the windows. If they did, Biggie would have got hit up in the face. The driver would have got hit up in the face. The shots came through the door. Just like the shots came through the door of Tupac's vehicle. The way Biggie was knocked down and the way Tupac was knocked down was the exact same way. The exact same assassination style. The exact same assassination style. Allegedly. But I am proving to y'all what they told us that happened out there in Los Angeles. Similar, what happened to Tupac didn't actually happen. I got the receipts. Biggie was shot from the where, y'all? All his entry wounds are in the left forearm. Shot to the back, shot to the left thigh, and shot to the chest. Right? So, where the fuck is all the blood and where did this glass come from? Because, like I said, Biggie windows never got shot out the truck. So, where did the glass come from? They said the front passenger seat. Right, Renee. Right? Something ain't adding up. Third row seat. Right. This big ass Suburban got 3 sections. Like Pensy said, 3 sections with 3 rows of seats. And we see Biggie getting into the back seat. Biggie is getting into the back seat of this vehicle. Not the front. And the windows is rolled down. You see this, right? Yeah, because we can see right through the other side of the goddamn car. All the windows is rolled down. You see? You see? But they said the front passenger seat. When Biggie getting in the back, clearly. And the shots came from inside the car, y'all. Never came from outside the vehicle. Got the autopsy report and everything to prove it. Not only that, y'all, what's going to actually shock y'all even more. Check this out. Let me solarize it and polarize it. We know Biggie loved to drink, right? Biggie loved to smoke, right? Biggie just got injured in a car accident, so he should have been on medication and shit, right? Right? He should have had marijuana in his system, right? He smoked hella weed, right? He loved to drink Moet and pull up in the club, right? They say he was getting drunk. He was drinking this shit the whole night at the vibe party. They were chilling, right? Now check this out. Like I said, I'm one strategic individual, okay? Because I got the receipts of the toxicology report, y'all. Hit the like button, all right? Check it out. I got the drug and the toxicology report. And this is going to blow y'all the fuck away. All right. Just like it says here, look how the New York Times and the Daily Post, all right, humiliated Biggie in his hometown. All right. The day after he got killed. Hold on. Check it out. Blown away. Right? Y'all about to be blown the fuck away when I show y'all this right here. Check it out. Check it out. Blown away. Right? Check it out, y'all. All right. So we got the toxicology report, the like button, strategic information, one of the best. Okay. So it says, see this, right? Analysis requested, drug analyzed. You see this, right? Everything is negative, y'all. Alcohol level, negative. Cocaine, negative. Codeine, negative. Morphine, negative. Methamphetamine, negative. He ain't have no marijuana in his system or no alcohol in his system. And he just had surgery for this accident that he was in, right? And he was on the cane, right? So he had to be taking pain medication. Where is the receipts of the pain medication that was in his blood system, y'all? Something ain't right. Something ain't right. He ain't got no alcohol in him, no marijuana in his system. Biggie, didn't they show us all night? Biggie getting drunk, turning up in the movie. P. Diddy dancing all over the place and shit. Yeah, big. Yo, Diddy looked like the happiest man on the face of this earth in the reenactment of that movie because he knew the level he was about to take after Big died. He knew after. This is why Diddy was all amped up in the party. Yeah, baby, dancing and shit. Because he knew he was about to go to the next level. He knew he was about to take Big spot. He knew he was about to be a super icon in hip hop with this alleged Clive Davis lineup. Because we all know, as we heard, Mase was in the hotel room with Brandy, y'all. Another Clive Davis affiliate. Hit the like button, strategic drop. And I got Mase saying that out his own mouth. While everybody went to the Vibe after party, while everybody went to that museum, Mase stayed at the hotel. But not only did he stay at the hotel, he stayed at the hotel with Brandy, another Clive Davis affiliate. And we know P. Diddy is a Clive Davis affiliate, right? We know who put P. Diddy in the position that he's in right now today after this alleged knockdown and setup and sacrifice of the notorious B.I.G. is Clive Davis, right? Now, like I said, y'all, hit the like button. Shout out everybody up in here. For Big to be a full-blown alcoholic, like to drink Moet in the club and all that, why he doesn't have no alcohol in his system. No cocaine, no pain medicine, no opiates or anything for the accident that he was in for his leg and his hip. It's showing none of that, which actually does not make no sense at all, y'all. At all. Check it out. Now, like I said, y'all, check this out. the whole time in this reenactment of this movie, right? Check it out. They're saying Big was drinking. Even in the movie, they showing Big with the bottle and the champagne glasses, everybody turning up, celebrating his album and the release of his album, right? Right. But the toxicology report shows that Biggie did not have not 1 ounce of alcohol in his system. Not 1 ounce of alcohol. Mase said they was moving like snakes. Absolutely. Especially the type of firepower they had, would it have been totally wet up. It should be blood everywhere. Shout out Dub Della Cream. What's up with you? Nikki 715. Appreciate you for the endorsement and the sponsorship of this live. Like, share, subscribe. Thank you for supporting and endorsing this live. I appreciate you. Thank you. Dope perspective. This is journalism. I do my best. I do my best. Everybody else just play videos all day and let the videos run a platform. I don't do that. I build my shit from the ground up and I bring my own content together as a collective. I don't go about what everybody else is doing. I ain't got to follow the fucking leader. I am the leader. I'm my own man. I stand alone in this shit. This is why shit that I break down, nobody can't come behind me. I make it difficult for other people to do reactions on my lives because I'm so deep in debt. I'm so deep in debt. This is what separates the men from the boys. This is what separates the men from the boys. Look at what everybody else is doing and following what everybody else is doing on YouTube right now. Y'all favorite content creators is following what everybody else is doing right now, except me. I ain't never followed no other footsteps or what's been going on in the algorithm. I always come with my own shit and I stay building on it. And this is what we're going to continue to do right here. All right. So since Diddy, Trial, and Gean deal want to be all in the algorithm, all right, we got something for that. And we're going to use that leverage and we're going to flip it. We're going to flip it. We're going to use that leverage with Diddy naming the algorithm, with Gean Deal naming the algorithm. We're going to use that leverage and bring our own content and get some real answers that we need to really fucking get about this Biggie situation. You see how I strategically do this shit? You see why everybody else trying to follow the Diddy trial? You see, I went a whole nother route, but still able to flow with the algorithm too, without having to follow what they're doing. And like I said, Gean Deal, you got a whole lot of explaining to do. As a matter of fact, let's check this out, y'all. All right, let's yeah, boy. It's a couple niggas on his neck. All right, and we one of them, but let's go, man.
This bullshit, man. Let's stop doing these interviews, man, about this shit. Because people ain't getting it. He did not want the beef with the Crips. Puff ain't want the beef with the Dog Pound, Snoop them or whatever. Big started that beef. You understand what I'm saying? Puff ain't want none of that beef. So what I'm gonna do is, y'all want the sheep? You understand what I'm saying? Snoop them or whatever. Beef, Big started that beef.
You hear this, right? Now, pay attention. We got this narrative going around after Biggie died, right? That when Snoop Dogg and the Dog Pound came to New York City to shoot that video, they said Biggie was the one who had their trailer shot up at Times Square. Now, Gean Deal is running with this narrative, and so is Little C's. Little C's and Gean Deal are claiming that Biggie started this East Coast, West Coast beef with Snoop Dogg and them. That when they were in Times Square, Biggie made the call for their trailer to get shot up. No, he didn't, bitch. Diddy did. You lying, Gean. Why you lying on that dead man, bro? Why you lying on that dead man, bro? When we heard, before this even came out, we heard Snoop Dogg say, nah, man, I fuck with Biggie. I fuck with them niggas. I fucked with them niggas. Ain't that's the reason why Snoop wasn't feeling Tupac toward the end, allegedly? Because Snoop was like, nah, I'm cool with Big. We cool. So when that situation happened, we never heard Snoop Dogg say Biggie was behind their trailer getting shot up in New York City, bro. Why they blaming Biggie for that shit, yo? After Biggie dead. Why they blaming Biggie? Shout out Miss Dade County, man. I appreciate you for the super chat, super sticker, sponsorship, and endorsement of this live. Appreciate everything that you're doing over here, baby girl, and all my supporters. When Big was alive, you ain't hear nobody saying Biggie was the one who made that hit on Snoop Dogg in the Dog Pound in the middle of Times Square. But we got Gean Deal and Little C's saying that Biggie started this beef, when we know for a fact Biggie ain't start this fucking beef. Biggie ain't start this fucking beef.
The beef with the Crips. Puff ain't want the beef with the Dog Pound, Snoop them or whatever. Big started that beef.
Why would Big start the beef, you fucking goofy, with the Crips that P. Diddy is cool with? Didn't they say Diddy was cool with them Crips anyway? Right? Didn't they also say these same Crips, rolling 60s now, rolling 60s now, Keefe D, rolling 60s, right? Orlando Anderson, rolling 60s, right? P. Diddy, cool with Keefe D and the rolling 60s, right? So if P. Diddy already locked in with these Crips in California, why would Biggie wait for Snoop and them, and the Dog Pound, which are rolling 60 Crips. Why would he send some shooters at them? Do it make sense? Why would Biggie send some shooters at Snoop and them in the middle of Times Square?
Stevie J and Mase went to a basketball game together. Those Crips pulled them to the side and told both of them, it's Puff we want and it's Big we want. Stevie J should have been talking about he didn't tell Big nothing. I even told Big before we left. If we go to this party, somebody gonna die tonight. If that ain't drugs that kid is taking that got him talking like that, man, the party, somebody gonna die. If we go to this party, somebody gonna die tonight. Went to a basketball game together. Those Crips pulled them to the side and told both of them, it's Puff we want and it's Big we want. Stevie J should have been talking about he didn't tell Big nothing. I even told Big before we left. If we go to this party, somebody gonna die tonight. If that
You hear that? If we go to this party, somebody gonna die tonight. Somebody gonna die tonight. Gean already knew who was gonna die, and he knew it wasn't gonna be him. That's why he went. He knew he wasn't gonna die. He knew Big was gonna die. But he's trying to convince us that D-Rock convinced Biggie to go to that party, when you the one who convinced Biggie to go to that party, because you told Biggie that you wasn't gonna let nothing happen to him. That if they try to kill you, they gonna have to kill me first. That's exactly what your words was out your mouth to Big, bro, from reliable resources of mine. That you told Big they're gonna have to kill you first before they get to him. And that never happened. The only one who lost their life was Biggie. And you never shot at the alleged shooters. You know why? Like I said, because the shooters came from inside the car. And allegedly Gene Deal might be the fucking shooter. All right. Now, like I said, we ain't gonna jump to conclusions yet. I'm gonna strategically keep bringing my receipts. But when I'm telling y'all, a lot of people is gonna have a hard time digesting this shit. If I tell y'all, would y'all believe me if I told y'all it's possible that Gene Deal is the one who murdered the notorious B.I.G. that night in that vehicle, in that truck? And this is why Diddy protected him for so long. And Diddy allowed him to get away with so much shit that he's been getting away with. And this is why also the industry got a little side pocket for Gene Deal, as y'all can see right now, right? You can see the industry got a little side pocket for Gene Deal, right? Right? I wonder why. Because like I said, we know the type of people P. Diddy run with. The type of people Diddy would send at you, he would have you dealt with. You ain't nobody to scare P. Diddy, bro. Why are you trying to make it seem like Diddy was so afraid of you and only you? Diddy know not to fuck with me. Niggas know what I do. I ain't no fucking joke. I'm the real deal. But when it was time for you to be about the real deal, Gene Deal, you failed. You failed Biggie, and you failed the whole East Coast. Matter of fact, you failed the whole hip hop. You did. Because when it was time for you to protect Big, you didn't. You know why? Because you may be the shooter. You may be the shooter. And this is why when Keefy D was coming out, y'all, giving his take on what happened, all right, Keefy D wound up getting snatched up. Y'all do know Gene Deal is a Freemason, right? You do know Gene Deal is a Freemason and he's a part of some frat brothers, right? For the ones who don't know, now you do. And I got the receipts. Gene Deal is a Freemason and he is a part of a fraternity. I bet y'all ain't know that, did y'all? Now, I'm not saying, all right, everyone who joins these fraternities had bad intentions. Because I honestly believe a lot of people don't be having no bad intentions when they join these fraternities and shit like that. They just be looking for comfort from a space that they're not getting comfort from. And they wind up being enticed and influenced into these type of occult practices by the influence. You see, so when these people initially joined these fraternities and shit, all of them don't have the intentions on doing evil. Some of them do, but all of them don't. And evil wind up being brought upon them as time go on. And they start to understand what the fraternity and the occult is all about. The more deeper they're involved in it, then they start to see how far it really go and how far that they want to indulge in it. Okay, so another strategic drop. Let's continue.
It's my response, and Big ain't even my responsibility.
Right? Let me show y'all why. Let me show y'all why. Check it. I'm loving this new system I got, bro. This shit is impeccable. But check this out. Check this out. Let me show you why. Check it out.
Witnesses said the shooter looked like a member of the Fruit of Islam, which is
Suit and bow tie.
Witnesses said the shooter looked like a member of the Fruit of Islam, which is the security wing of the Nation of Islam.
There's a certain uniform look that the Fruits of Islam people have, and this guy had it to the T. There have long been stories in law enforcement about members of the Fruits of Islam working as contract killers.
On March 10th, the day after the shooting, detectives hold
stories in law enforcement.
The security wing of the Nation of Islam.
There's a certain uniform look that the Fruits of Islam people have, and this guy had it to the T. There have long been stories in law enforcement about members of the Fruits of Islam working as contract killers.
Y'all hear that, right? The Fruit of Islam. As they are depicting that they also have associations with contract killings. And now we know why Gene Deal is coming out, what, 30 years later, saying that P. Diddy, now, like I said, man, this ain't no way to attack the Islamic community or none of that. We ain't with that. We ain't doing that. We just going by what's being told and illustrated. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game. This man, Gean Deal, is saying out his mouth that it was the fruit of Islam that has something to do with Biggie's death, not me. So if y'all want to get on somebody, get on Gean Deal, fruit of Islam. What are y'all waiting for? My Muslim brothers, my 5%ers, all y'all that's supposed to be stomping, stepping, and standing on some shit. Because last time I remember, all right, motherfuckers that accuse the fruit of Islam of some shit that they ain't got nothing to do with, they get handled, bruh. Why Gean Deal ain't get handled yet? Bro, I know some real live Muslims that'll knock shit down, bro. All right? I got some real live Muslims that stand in the front line for me. All right? And we got two different belief systems. All right? But it's just the brotherhood. It's just the brotherhood. All right? And like I said, I know real fruit of Islam's individuals that stomp, step, and stand on their shit for real, bro. Some of the most dangerous people in the world, but some of the most humblest people that you will ever meet. All right? And when I tell y'all, there hasn't not been not one time that I ever seen anyone try to disrespect the Nation of Islam, the fruit of Islam, or any type of Muslim brothers, and did not have no repercussions that came behind that shit, bro. And these are all facts. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Because I definitely know. When we make real life matters, make real life sense. So why the fruit of Islam? Why the Nation of Islam haven't came after Gean Deal yet for accusing them of the Biggie murder? Ain't that right? Ain't that right? Why haven't the fruit of Islam or the Nation of Islam addressed this situation yet? And we got Gean Deal adding more that Diddy got into it with a Muslim brother. Listen, and you know why he's saying that, right? So that can add credibility to his story about how a Nation of Islam member knocked down Biggie. This is why he added this right here. 30 years later. All right? To it at the Soul Train Awards prior to this one. That's 2 years ago. That year when I was showing y'all the last performance of the Notorious B.I.G. Strategic Drop. And I told y'all that they had the fucking years mixed up. And I told y'all that they had the years mixed up on this performance. And this was actually 1997. And we got Gean Deal saying Puffy got into it with a brother a Muslim cat at the Soul Train Awards prior to the one that they were out there at in LA, y'all. So the Muslim brother held a grudge for 2 whole years before he decided to act on the situation with Diddy. Come on, bro. Stop the shit. 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 This is crazy work. He know what's up. D Money said, to be honest, this Death Row and Bad Boy Los Angeles have nothing to do with it. This is a Compton and Watts hub and Dub situation. It's just Biggie died in Los Angeles. Got nothing to do with Death Row at all. But it do got something to do, a whole lot to do with Bad Boy. I'll tell you that. It got a whole lot to do with Bad Boy. Now, I know for a fact Suge Knight and Death Row ain't got nothing to do with this situation with Biggie, because when gangsters gonna move, they gonna move in silence. They're not gonna act where a whole bunch of police are at, bro. All right? They're not going to take the risk of doing that. They're not going to take a risk of doing that. That whole time Biggie was out there, they could have been got Biggie and they could have been got Little C's. All right? And I can prove this in so many ways. All right? Check it out. Strategic drop, as it says, on one of the best. It also points how both Diddy and Biggie cars were dark green SUVs, and both rappers were sitting in front passenger seats. In a separate document, another witness, James Lloyd, also known as Little C's, a friend of Biggie who often went on the road with him, told the FBI he also believed Puffy was the intended target because somebody could have easily taken out Biggie earlier if they wanted to. Lloyd stated that he, Biggie, and others often went to the movies, walked the mall, or just around town to get something to eat and never encountered any problems. Like I said, if Death Row and the Bloods and all of them was going to react, they would have reacted during the time when they was at the movie theater, when they was at the mall, when there wasn't a whole bunch of people around. Why would Death Row and gangbangers who kill for a living and get away with murder for a living wait until the night of a big ass party at a big ass museum in the middle of Los Angeles? An industry party. Why would they wait? When they was in the movies, in the mall, they would have got them. Right? Check it. Biggie was a passenger in the car when he was shot 4 times. Little C's also added that everybody knew Biggie was in Los Angeles, and if someone wanted to kill him, they easily could have done it anytime they wanted to. During the entire stay in Los Angeles, Lloyd stated Biggie did not have any bodyguards or security with him, just friends. Hold on. Strategic drop. as I bring my content together as a collective. Didn't Gene Deal say he spent the whole time out there with Big the whole time? Gene Deal said he was out there with Biggie the whole time and never left his side. As it says, Little C state Biggie did not have any bodyguards or security with him, just friends. So the whole time, Little C's and Junior Mafia going around LA, they ain't have no security. So why Gene Deal acting like he was so overwhelmed because he had to do security by himself? And it says he wasn't even doing no security with these niggas, bro. The whole time that they was out there. And this is documented by the FBI file on witness accounts by Little C's. This is crazy work, y'all. This is crazy, crazy work. In Diddy witness statement, the FBI states, this is why I want to see the FBI files, but they are sealed. You know that, right? Those FBI files are sealed, and they sealed for a reason. In Diddy's witness statement to the FBI, he states how he had received death threats while in New York before coming to Los Angeles in March 1997, but felt LAPD did not do enough to protect him and Biggie. Prior to going to Los Angeles in March of 1997, when Biggie was killed, Combs had received death threats while in New York, but figured LAPD would provide security at the awards party at the Peterson Automotive Museum. Like I said, y'all, at the what? What it say? After the awards party, right? And I explained to y'all that at this awards party, right before the awards party, there was an actual award show. And Biggie was performing at this award show. And like I said, for some strange reason, Biggie didn't have no cane at this show. He didn't have no cane at this show. How is that? How is that? How is that? How he ain't got no cane at this show? When they showing the last pictures before his death, he got a cane in his hand. John Brown, appreciate you, man. Thank you for the super chat, super sticker, endorsement, and sponsorship of this live, man. Thank you also, Miss Dade County, for the 149 super sticker, super chat, endorsement, and sponsorship of this live. Thank you also, D Money, for renewing your membership over here at the Fire Flame Nation. I was trying to say Death Row Blood is located in Compton, and the Crips who Diddy has around was located in Compton. Okay, bet. Bet. And look, I don't want y'all to think, when you send super chats and sponsorships and endorsements, I don't want y'all to think that I'm ignoring y'all. I'm not ignoring y'all. I'm just so dedicated to my craft that I be just so focused on doing what I'm doing, because I'm really not doing this for a monetary gain. You see how every time these content creators, they be waiting for a super chat to hit. They be waiting for a super sticker to hit so they can promote it. But this shows the actual passion that I actually have for this, that my content comes first. Because this is what I truly believe. By doing the right thing. And all good things come to those who wait. You know what I'm saying? I honestly believe that. And I believe when you do things genuinely, good things will just automatically, surface when you're doing right. And I appreciate everybody that has been supporting me, sending me donations, Cash App, inspiring emails, inspiring DMs, and all kinds of things, man. Thank y'all so much. But I am just so true to my craft to let my following know that I am not here just for a monetary gain. I believe in working hard for my shit. Not just come up here begging, not just coming up here to rob people and get over on people, bro. Because let me tell you, man. Let me tell you, ain't no good luck in that shit. That shit is short-lived. You will forever live in misery and have bad luck for the rest of your life if your train of thought is that way. You heard? But shout out to the whole nation, man. I appreciate y'all so much. So much, man. So much, man. Gene Deal said, it took damn near an hour for them to get out of the Peterson Museum because a Big couldn't hardly move, right? They said Big was on this cane. He could hardly move. He could hardly walk. So they had to wait for Big the whole time, right? But like I said, at this award show before this party, Big is at the goddamn award show, y'all. He's at the award show. Check it out. He's at the award show. With no cane. This is before the Peterson Museum now. This is supposed to be the same night, right? This is supposed to be the same night. The after party, right? The after awards party. Right? So we, like I said, y'all, we see the picture that has been taken with Big with the cane. They even put it in the front page news. Him holding the cane in his hand. But at this show, before the after party, y'all, man, this shit is just throwed off, bro. This shit is just throwed off. He ain't got no cane in his hand. He come out walking like ain't nothing wrong with him at all. And the only ones who got canes in their hand is the gypsy dancers. Crazy work, right? Something is up. Something is up. And I wanted to make sure, you know what I mean, I take my time and explain everything. So when I drop these bombs, boom, 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 everything just gonna make sense. Because I done went through everything. All right? We done shifted through everything. All right? Like a fine comb in a haystack, bro. All right? So it's a whole lot of explaining individuals got to do. Okay? Check this out.
Amir Muhammad, the guy that was wearing the bow tie the night that Biggie got killed, the Muslim guy, the guy that you believe that was behind Biggie's murder. Are you sure that he was the one that was behind it? Do you really believe that? Because I seen on the LA local news that he live in Georgia now and he does real estate.
Bruh, if they got pictures of Mir Muhammad at that thing, why was he there?
The fuck you mean, why was he there?
Why was he there?
He could be anywhere he want. The whole fruit of Islam was there. The whole fruit of Islam was there. What do you mean? Why was he there? You don't even sound right. He don't even sound right, y'all. He gonna say, why was he there? What you mean, why was he there? The fruit of Islam was doing security that night inside the Peterson Museum. But let's continue. He was there the same reason why you was there. He can ask you, motherfucker, why was you there? Why was you there? You ain't had none of your fraternity brothers in there, did you? But Amir Muhammad had what? Muslim brothers in there.
In a blue suit, white shirt, blue bow tie. Why did he walk up to me and Puff's car? Do you understand me? Why 8 to 10 minutes later, Lil C see a guy in a blue suit, white shirt, blue bow tie, peanut head, shoot big. I know who walked up to us, brother. You understand me? I know the picture I saw with the face messed up. And if the FBI says that was Amir Muhammad right there, if Lil C says that the Muslim is the same one I saw, do you understand me? The blue suit, white shirt, blue bow tie. Didn't know his name at the time. I don't care what man, I know guys that, bruh, they damn near reverends in church, but they didn't pull triggers. They didn't bury people. Anybody has the opportunity to change their life. And 750,000 will help. Do you understand that, my brother? 750,000 from a bank robbery from two cops. One of the cops would use godfather of his son. They never got the 750,000 back. That'll help any real estate business. I don't care what he do. Did they also say that he was the same individual and the same person that got into a situation with his ex-wife or his girlfriend and her boyfriend, and they end up dead?
No, I ain't hear about that.
Me either.
Oh.
No. Nobody hear about that. That shit made up, nigga.
Okay.
Your lying ass.
And they end up dead.
No, I ain't hear about that.
Oh, okay. Tell your man to do this research on that. Bruh, you don't understand what somebody go through, and maybe it was post-traumatic stress. Like, you got to understand, I've seen guys get their head topped off in a club. I've seen guys get shot in the street. I've seen a whole lot of different things that has went down. But to experience probably one of the world's greatest rappers of all time, Biggie Smalls, lose his life, to pull him out the car, to go through that whole situation, that shit don't go away. For the last, from 97 until now, I still hear Big's music. They still play Big's music. You understand?
And if that situation was so traumatic for you, like you claim it was, why you still going on these platforms doing interviews about it? Nobody's going to continue to talk about the same shit that it was so traumatic to them, yo. Right? Will we make real life matters make real life sense? He been saying that this situation with Big haunted him for years. And every time he talk about it, he had flashbacks and it haunts him every time the conversation gets brought up. So why do you continue to go on platforms talking about it? To make money, right? For a monetary gain, right? 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 Gean didn't know his name at the time. Security didn't know his name at the time. Nope. And I could prove that. I could prove that. Check it out. Because they tried to copyright my shit last night. But I fucking rebutted it and flipped it on them. So we was a little bit prepared tonight.
Nation of Islam shot Big. And I said, yo, dog, he had the blue suit, blue bow tie, white shirt, peanut head, receding hairline, brown skin.
You hear this, right? Now, what if I told y'all this same description Gean Deal just gave? It was multiple individuals there with the same goddamn clothes on. The fruit of Islam. As I strategically break this shit down. Okay? The fruit of Islam was there. They all was wearing the same type of suits, yo. They always wearing the same type of suits. Okay? And I had a strategic receipt that proves this, y'all. Check this out. Okay, because Gean Deal was trying to make it seem like Amir Muhammad was the only person dressed in this suit and this bow tie and all this. And I'm about to prove to y'all, okay, that it was multiple individuals that was there that was dressed the same. Check this out. You see this, right? Hit the like button. Check this out. Oh, I thought it was up there. My bad. Check this out, y'all. Check this out. You see this, right?
To be interviewed.
So they questioned us, asked us, did we see the person? It wasn't that long enough for us to really recognize the face or nothing. It was just real quick. They kept trying to get a sketch, and we just knew he was black, and he had a bow tie.
A few people who were on the street also helped the cops put together a composite.
Using various eyewitness descriptions, a composite artist pieces together a sketch of the killer. He is smooth-faced, with a medium complexion and fade haircut, wearing a light blue suit and bow tie.
Witnesses said the shooter looked like a member of the Fruit of Islam, which is the security wing of the Nation of Islam.
Hit the like button. You see all them suits, right? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Mic drop. Mic drop. Mic drop. So, as I strategically proved on the night Biggie was knocked down, as Gean Deal gives the description of the shooter. White shirt, blue suit, black bow tie. This is the Nation of Islam attire. This is what they all wear. They all wear the same outfits when they do this type of activity, yo. Okay? So do you know how many people was there in blue suits, white shirts, and bow ties that night as the Fruit of Islam was doing security there? Right?
Like, yeah, dog, how you know? I said, a nigga came up to me. He had the blue suit, blue bow tie, white shirt, peanut head, receding hairline, big. And I said, yo, dog, he had the blue suit, blue bow tie, white shirt, peanut head, receding hairline.
What'd he say? What'd he say? One of the best, bruh. One of the best, bruh. One of the best, bruh. I'm one of the best to do this shit. And like I said, Gean Deal been telling lies from the beginning of motherfucking time. And he know by him saying that it was a dude in a white shirt, blue suit, black bow tie. It was multiple people there matching that description that night. Multiple people, and I got the goddamn receipt right here.
Various eyewitness descriptions, a composite artist pieces together a sketch of the killer. He is smooth-faced, with a medium complexion and fade haircut, wearing a light blue suit and bow tie.
Witnesses said the shooter looked like a member of the Fruit of Islam, which is the security wing of the Nation of Islam. The shooter looked like a member of the Fruit of Islam, which is the security wing of the Nation of Islam.
There's a certain uniform look that the Fruits of Islam people have, and this guy had it to the T. There have long been stories in law enforcement about...
You hear that, right? Strategic drop. Strategic drop. So why Gean Deal? How the fuck you gonna identify a killer if everybody got the same goddamn clothes on? It's a diversion. It's a fucking diversion, and it always had been. This is why Amir Muhammad was never charged. This is why he's living in Georgia right now in Gean Deal, looking goofy, looking all old, tired, and sick. Larry Holmes, looking motherfucker. I believe this is who Tupac was talking about. I believe this is who Tupac was talking about. Looking like Larry Holmes, all flabby and sick. Motherfucker, stop it. Stop it. And this is why Amir Muhammad was never charged. All this information Gean Deal has been bringing to the forefront. Like I said, don't you think somebody would have been indicted by now? Don't you think somebody would have been indicted by now? Huh? Huh? Out of all this information that came out about Tupac, Keefy D, really? All this information that came out about Big, still no arrest, really? But you want all of us to believe that it was Amir Muhammad that you saw, all right? And I just proved to everybody that it was more than one individual wearing the exact same clothes and outfit that Gean Deal claimed that he seen this shooter knock down Big. How the fuck is the investigators are going to positively identify a shooter if everybody got the same goddamn clothes on? White shirt, blue suit, black bow tie.
The street also helped the cops put together a composite.
Using various eyewitness descriptions, a composite artist pieces together a sketch of the killer. He is smooth-faced, with a medium complexion and fade haircut, wearing a light blue suit and bow tie.
Witnesses said the shooter looked like a member of the Fruit of Islam, which is the security wing of the Nation of Islam.
There's a certain uniform look that the Fruits of Islam people.
Okay, it's a certain uniform look. Check it out. Strategic drop. This shit giving me chills right now, y'all. Look at the goosebumps. Look at the goosebumps that's coming up on my motherfucking skin, bro. This is how I know I'm on the right path, bro. All right. This is the signal that the spiritual awakeness send me when I know what I'm talking about. Check it out. These are the suits that they all wear. Every last one of them. The Fruit of Islam. Do y'all know how many individuals were inside of the Peterson Automotive Museum with this same exact suit on, y'all? Do you know how many individuals were inside this party with this same suit on? And Gean Deal got a nerve to give a description like he doing something. Everybody never paid attention to when he described this alleged shooter, that this outfit that he claimed that he had down to a T. All right, it was like 20 or 30 people there with the same fucking suit on. And we all know all them Nation of Islam and Fruit of Islam brothers all got shortcuts and clean face, right? Majority of all them brothers got shortcuts and clean faces. Don't they? Don't they? For the ones who don't know, you will know. All right? Everybody in this Fruit of Islam picture we see here, everybody face is clean, right? Hit the like button. No Sunnis nowhere, right? Strategic drop. I told you I'm in tune. I know what's going on, bro. I got real Muslim brothers, like, for real. And like I said, man, we believe in two totally different beliefs. But it's one thing that we got in common. All right? And that's real life matters that make real life sense. That part that can never be separated from no man or woman. We all live real life matters with real life sense. And this is why I bring my content from these type of perspectives. We're making real life matters make real life sense, right? Show me one fruit of Islam brother that don't have a short haircut and a clean face. So basically, Gean Deal is describing every Muslim brother that's in the goddamn party, y'all. He's describing every Muslim brother that's in the party. How can you differentiate any of them brothers in any type of way? How can you? If they all have on blue suits, black bow ties, white shirt, clean cuts, clean face. I'm gonna drop the link, y'all. See if anybody wanna come up here and share some things, or it's some things that y'all ain't see that I have brung to the light and help y'all see even closer. All right, so I'm gonna drop the link tonight. See what anybody got anything to say or how they feel about this whole situation that's going on with Gean Deal and this whole Notorious B.I.G. and Diddy situation and what actually took place out there in LA. And this is exactly why the thumbnail says what happened to Biggie, Junior Mafia, and the lies of Gean Deal. He dropped the book first, right? Make money. Dropping these books. You mean to tell me, as I strategically break this down, y'all, where we make real life matters, make real life sense, they claim P. Diddy killed Kim Porter over a book, right? So why he ain't killed Gean Deal? Hit the like button. Let me say it again. Where we make real life matters, make real life sense. They claim, even Gean Deal claims what? That Diddy took out Kim Porter because she was about to expose him in this book, right? Right? But you write a whole book implicating Diddy in this murder, and he don't do shit to you. Something that can have him taken away for life. So he takes out Kim Porter because she about to fuck up his image and reputation. But he let you live with the book you dropped that could have sent him away for life. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Shout out everybody up in here, man. Thought somebody came in. Sound like somebody came in and left. Shout out to you, Indian Summer. Call him Captain Gean, a liar and a clout chaser. You know them trolls ain't coming. I done shut down all the trolls when it come to this. They can't even troll what I'm talking about because I got all the receipts and I'm making real life sense. This information has shut down all the trolls. And this is why we haven't been seeing any in the chat so far since I've been breaking down this situation. Because I got all the answers. I'm shutting everything down. I'm shutting everything down. Appreciate you, Angela, and all the rest of my fire starters. It's all about the money. That's why he's shit talking. Exactly. Exactly. And like I said, man, it's a lot that is coming out. Okay, I see you. I see you. I see you. What's up, Pensy? What's good with you?
Hey, God brother, how are you, GFTV?
I'm all right. How you been?
I've been good. How you been?
I've been all right. Good to see you. Good to hear from you. Glad to know that you're
Good to
doing all
see
right.
you. Thank you, sir. I just been dealing with the last of the Mohicans graduating. My fourth child has finally given me the emptiness syndrome, so I can't complain. Off to college he goes. Other than that, I'm dealing with it.
Right, right.
They look, they in my pockets, college ain't free. Not for mine, it ain't. So, but it's okay. I do what I can, and I'm here when I am. I just want to thank you again, like I always. I come to really pay homage more than just talk about the subject matter, because you see me commenting in the chat and all of that good stuff. Because I always tell you every time I speak to you how anointed you are, and how appreciative you are, because really no one breaks things down like you say. The way nobody can do it like you do. From day one when I first landed on your channel and you was building and all of that. And as soon as I heard you and I heard what you were speaking upon, I was like, I like this guy. Oh my gosh, I like this guy. He understands what is going on in the world and he doesn't miss a beat. And I thought I was standing 10 toes down and I was alert. But when I found your page, when you came into my world, on YouTube, I was like, wow, he is, above and beyond, though, which is, to me, is supposed to be that way. A man's senses are supposed to be higher than a woman's. But I was like, oh my God, finally, I got a brother that can see that this earth is so full of crap. It's so full of crap. But the way you break it down, excuse me, you all, in the chat as well. I can't see the chat when I'm talking to God Fear. So if anybody's saying anything, I'm not ignoring anybody if they're saying hello or none of that stuff. I just came to give you your accolades again, more than anything, because you are so appreciated, and your anointing and how you've always been so honest with who you are and showing yourself and not being ashamed of it, and also stand on what you believe in, which is God fear. You say, hey, I feel God. I don't feel nothing else. That's it. That's all. Your name and everything. Fear to fight. I was just like, I'm here. I'm here. No matter what. No matter what. I'm not leaving this man's page. I'm never leaving his page.
Yeah, man.
Well, you
Pensy,
wait.
you've been around for a minute. You always been one of my day one followers and one of my day one supporters from the beginning, man. You've been through everything over here with GFTV, man. The ups, the downs, and all the arounds, man. You've been here for it all, man. And I appreciate all your love and all your support. Congratulations on everything that's going on with your family, with the college situation, and just being blessed and continuing to be humble and support me. I appreciate that. But I want to ask you a question. What do you think about this information that I have been revealing about Gene Deal in this last night of the Notorious B.I.G.?
What you right, everything that you reveal, like literally, I'm not gonna sit here and say that I knew it was that deep because I literally believe in the beginning from what was told that Biggie was in that front seat, because that's what they made us believe. But I always knew just Gene, once he came up, I was like, he a snake. I just knew, I was like, he a snake. I just never ever could believe anything he would say. And I love doing the imitation from my homeboy from Real G when he be like, I was there. G, I was there. I saw them put me and the girls, and I was there. Well, if you was there, but then now all of a sudden, no, but I heard, which one was it? You can't either hear it or you was there. He's he always, but my first on site, I just knew I did not like him. I was like, I don't like him. He's a liar. He's a snake. That was my intuition about him. When another man, though, can break down that feeling and not say that it's a woman just being an emotional, vessel of some things, it confirms it. You confirm it. But when you showed that he wasn't even in the front seat, that he was in the back seat, and then we know that vehicles, I got a Jeep Commander. I got third row seats. So, hey, I know, somebody, was laid down. When you just showed that, it went through the back. He got in the back. Yeah. They had that trunk action. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I am floored. Let me tell you, I am floored by what you brought up. I'm floored because of the fact I didn't even try to put in that much information. I just knew, even if they said he was even shot up through the side of the vehicle, it was all a setup and it was all crap. But with all the information that you gathered, like, I'm like, I don't know why you're not a detective. Literally. Like, people tell me I miss my calling. They say I should have been a judge or a lawyer. And I feel like you should have been a judge, a lawyer, or a detective yourself. And that means, like, because we fair people. So it's a compliment when people say it to us, that people that will literally be fair. It's not a compliment for people that'll be dirty and do anything for money, because people that are fair can lose their lives over this. And you can still lose your lives because no matter what, if you're a truth teller, and you have always been a truth teller, and you go beyond what the people that should be doing their jobs should be doing, and you bring this information to wake up people in the world here, in the YouTube atmosphere, it's like, wow. They don't even realize how much scrutiny he has to go through when people want to get in this chat, act stupid, try and spam, or even try and come at him and be talking about they want to roll up and do. It's still dangerous for you. It is. And I get it. I really get it. I think I really get you. I think I've gotten it a long time ago. You know, you have been my brother for a long time. Whether I'm in the chat or not in the chat or whatever. I told you the things I take breaks on when people just getting, you know, like the rappers and all that stuff. You know, it's only so much of that I can take, especially when, you know, that stuff worries me about children and as a whole period. I can't fathom how people can't love their children enough to keep them off the streets. I don't get it. And you know, I don't want to get it. I don't have to get it. It doesn't have
Right.
anything to do with a person trying to be bougie or not. I don't want my sons. I do have two. I have 2 girls and 2 boys. I don't want my daughters being whores, and I don't want my sons being gangsters. And so that makes me bougie. No, I don't think so.
Right.
It makes me smart.
Right. And check this out. Like I said, y'all, they have been trying to hide the way Biggie had got murdered for damn near 30 years. They told us these shots came through the right side of the door, but we see all the entry wounds are on the left side of Biggie's body. Not only that, y'all, we found out tonight that they tried to sell the door on this SUV. Let me finish playing this clip.
And this is where the world of murderabilia, which is the collection of artifacts tied to murders and other violent crimes, collides with this case. The rest of Biggie's Suburban with the new door was sold to a family in October of 1997, just 7 months after the murder, after being auctioned, and apparently without notifying potential buyers about its dark past. It wasn't until 2005 that the new owners of the Suburban found out about the vehicle's history, when the LAPD tracked them down and notified them that they may need to borrow the car, possibly due to the wrongful death lawsuit filed against the department by Biggie's estate. Basically, they were going to need the car back as evidence. After learning its tragic place in music history, in 2017, the current owners tried to sell the Suburban for $1.5 million. And even though the bullet-riddled door had been replaced, according to media reports, a tear in the front passenger seatbelt was supposedly caused by a bullet. I can't find any stories about the Suburban actually selling, and a year later an auction site had listed it for $750,000, which is half the original asking price from the previous.
The GMC Suburban SUV Biggie was shot in was reportedly going for $750,000. Didn't we just hear Gean Deal say something about allegedly Amir Muhammad also receiving $750,000 from alleged bank robbery, and that's how he started this real estate shit in Georgia?
How coincidental could that be? The same number exactly. My thing is also, like you said, God fear. First of all, okay, we know that was getting rid of evidence because it was BS. Because now that you have let us all know, me and everybody in this studio that's listening to you, that he wasn't even in the front seat. Second part, so that means they did what? After they got rid of him in the vehicle, then they did some extra, you know, bullet holes in the door. But the whole thing is, what's sick about it on every level is, why would somebody even want to buy something like that? Why would somebody want to buy something that represents death unless you just a sick Mickey Picky? Period. I mean, really. I don't want to buy nothing. I don't care what it's worth. If it was something that had, if somebody died in it, on it, with it, I don't want it. I send it with them. I don't want it nowhere around me because I'm here. I'm here right now. My spiritual being in this body is just a temporary. I'm not carrying death around me. I'm not hanging it on my neck. I'm not putting it in my ears. I'm not putting it in my hair. I don't want it in my house. Leave me alone. I don't want none of it. I'm not buying it. I'm not doing none of that. That's why we have to be careful about gifts we receive. And people talk about, oh, this used to be my family member so-and-so who, no, I don't want your auntie death shit. No, I ain't in none of that. It was a good thought, but no, you ain't going to that. That's for you.
Right.
I'm not into that. I'm just not. That's just who I am, because life is for the living. It is not for the dead. So, I mean, but that whole setup, now that you done took me again to a whole nother atmosphere, because this is when I love being in your chat. When you break it down, this kind of stuff, and this is not spooky to me, because I'm not above getting spooked out and having the heebie-jeebies and stuff. I couldn't deal with the Coolio. I had the heebie-jeebies. He gave me nightmares. I was like, oh no, I can't. I was trying my hardest. I was like, I can't. I cannot with them. It was those youngers, and I say younger, those young men, they just too out of control, where I don't even want to try and be a part of. I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle it. And so therefore, and you didn't mind when I left. You don't mind. When I come in on what you doing, and it's our conversation like this, oh yeah, I'm in. I'm all in. I'm staying. I don't care if it's 5 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, I'm in. Even if I'm in now, if my tablet on, I'll be back. I'm in. When I tell you what you just did today, oh my gosh, this right here, you broke it all the way down. All the way down. All the way down. Nobody has ever, I haven't seen not one channel that ever said that they had Biggie's actual autopsy reports and the information that you gave. Because these young men, him or Pop, they shouldn't have died. They shouldn't have died. They shouldn't have. You know, and we'll talk about another stuff later as well. I'll cash up you the new info for us to, go there like off the, record. But look, you really, and I've said it again, I'm gonna say it again one more time. You are so anointed. You don't miss a beat. That's why I love you for it. When you on your dean, you on it. But everything that you do, you follow all the way through with it. And I have to wait for you to finish with the Coolio, Julio, wasn't it? I had to let you finish that before I came back, because I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep, like with the Kanika Jenkins stuff. Like, it's certain stories that really get into me where I can't sleep. I start getting the heebie-jeebies and getting really creeped out, because it'd be a lot of demonic energy around what that is, and I'm not used to that, and I don't handle it well. I don't. Don't make me a punk. I'm not a punk. I just can't, get rid of ghosts like that quickly if they start coming. Cause I already got rid of that. I like my peace. But let me tell you, God fear, keep doing what you're doing. I wish you nothing but the best always. And I'm gonna always be here still. I haven't left, and I'm not leaving. And I'm just getting my things settled. And I have a surprise for you at next month. The beginning of next month, I have a surprise for you. That's a private one. This ain't for you to tell nobody on YouTube, none of that. I have a surprise for you, and I'm going to contact you to let you know when it's coming. And I want you to keep doing what you're doing. because what you're doing, it's not easy. This is not easy work. It's not easy. This is a job that you have. And I wish everybody would absolutely continue to bless your channel and for your channel to continually grow, because the truth is really here. You really do represent the truth. You're not on all the, I want to be on this because this get me through. No, what you on, you always stay on. Don't forget about this. While this is going on, but what about this? And did y'all know that? And that's what I like. I like the truth to be sought out. I like that. I like that. That's what I live for. I live for a truther. I don't like fake people. I don't do that.
I tell you what, Pensy, man, I appreciate your love. I appreciate your support. I appreciate you for being down with me since day one, man, and continue to keep supporting. I appreciate you for coming up with the kind words, man. Nothing but blessings and positive outcome. Nothing but peace coming from me to you, to yours, man. Thank you for coming up here. You're welcome up here anytime, Pensy, anytime.
You're so welcome, GFT TV. And I love you, God brother. And I will get back in the chat. I'm not leaving. I'm just gonna drop back down. And I just wanted to share that because this, like this one right here, what you just said off, yeah, it blew everybody wig back. And can't nobody say that it didn't. Because for real, nobody knew that information. Everybody thought it was that door.
Right.
Everybody thought it. I thought it. I believed it. What else was I gonna believe? I wasn't getting ready to dig it up. Nope, I believe he was shot through that door. I never even, of course, no, they only showed us, and I guess that was AID.
Hello? We had some trouble with Pensy. Last thing I heard her say was
During that
AI.
time.
Okay.
I'm
Right,
saying,
right.
you know, now that they clipped it, you know, when they showed him walking towards the vehicle, it looked like he was walking straight towards the front seat. See, and it clipped. Then, and now as we go on, and we see how, you know, they can just click. Now, I'm not saying you doing AI. I'm saying now that makes me feel like this is how it was all starting to be created, because they kept saying he was in that front seat. And so just because they put it in our mental and we just saw him, oh my God, last time we saw he was in the front seat, and you know what? Yeah, it still could have been a picture of him, because they never showed the whole vehicle.
Nope.
It could still been him in that back seat. I believe it. Why? First of all, because you showed the proof that he was not in the front seat. But as far as I knew, he was in that front seat, and that door that they selling said he was in the front seat that got sprayed up.
Right. But thank you, Pensy, for coming up here, man. I appreciate you. And you're welcome up here anytime, baby. Anytime. All right.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You're
And
welcome.
I'm gonna drop back in the chat. And love you.
Love you too. Love you too, baby.
Ta-ta.
All right. So as we hear y'all, all right, more information continues to come out about this. Not only that, all right, check it out. I also expose that the actual recording, the ones who recorded this situation, was from Houston, Texas. The people that recorded this situation that's in this vehicle is from Houston, Texas. And I explained to everyone how Jay Prince and P. Diddy had a secret meeting at the time. Biggie and then was out there in LA. Now check this out, y'all. All right, this is going to be another strategic drop, and then we're going to end it here. All right, because I like to leave my peoples on the edge of their seat. No funny man shit. Okay, Jay Prince claims he encountered the notorious B.I.G. He encouraged, the notorious B.I.G. to leave Los Angeles before his murder. Y'all, hit the like button. Strategic drop. Strategic drop. Okay? So, they have been tons of stories surrounding, right, the events that led to the tragic death of the notorious B.I.G. in 1997, but one person that reportedly tried to prevent it from happening was Jay Prince. The Rap-A-Lot Music executive claims his upcoming book, The Art and Science of Respect, that he met with the late rapper just weeks before his death. I told you, y'all, it was a secret meeting, strategic drop. They was out there in LA. And he came out there to see Diddy. All right, and him and Diddy was planning the recording of this whole situation. All right. Now, everybody just thought I was popping shit. But like I told y'all, I'm strategic. I'm not in a rush to release none of the information that I already fucking know. Can't nobody make me rush anything. I control this shit. The chat don't control me. The viewers don't control me. I control them respectfully. As we see, it says Jay Prince met with the late rapper B.I.G. weeks before his death to encourage him to leave Los Angeles. According to TMZ, Prince claims in the book that he went to meet with Biggie and Diddy on the set of Hypnotize, y'all. Hit the like button. Strategic drop. On the set of Hypnotize music video in February 1997, where he expressed his concerns over apologize about that. Okay, where he expresses his concerns over their safety. If you recall, at the time, there were many false rumors brewing at the time that Big and Puff has involvement in Tupac's murder 6 months prior, which led to talks of a revenge hit being planned on them. While Prince claims he didn't know anything specific about the revenge hit, the buzz of threats against the Ready to Die MC, all right, initiated him to rush over to the video set to warn him and Puff and urge them to go back to the East Coast. So make it make sense, Jay Prince. Okay, you just said, right? While Prince claims he didn't know anything specific about the revenge hit, but you went all the way to the video shoot to tell Big and Puffy to go back to the East Coast. But you said in the article that you ain't know nothing about the hit. How you ain't know nothing about the hit if you telling them in your own words to go back, warn them to go back to the East Coast, right? Right? He expressed concerns over their safety. Why were you concerned over their safety if nothing haven't got back to you about nothing happening to them? Look what it says. While Prince claims he didn't know anything. Well, if you don't know anything, what the fuck you doing in Cali telling Puffy and Diddy they need to go back to the East Coast? Y'all ain't safe out here. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Okay? And like I said, all this shit is one big ass diversion. But one thing for sure, and two things for damn sure, and three things for damn sure, and for certain that's not a diversion, is that secret meeting that I was telling y'all that Jay Prince and Diddy had out there in California. All right? And now we know why what that secret meeting was all about. And I'm about to strategically prove it one more time in case it went over y'all heads and under y'all feet. Check it out.
It's a tip that seemingly could bust the case wide open.
A Texas woman came forward and contacted America's Most Wanted and said she had videotape that she took that night. And so America's Most Wanted contacted the police department.
I was told that the actual shooting was on the video.
They were very excited about it and flew to Texas to get the videotape. They were very excited about it and flew to Texas to get the video.
Hit the like button. Boy, I don't wipe this shit up, bro. Nobody has put together this puzzle like me. No documentary, no VH1, no A&E, no assassination of Biggie, Tupac, none of these documentaries. And like I said, you know why? Because all those documentaries, all right, has some truth to it. Maybe about 5%, 10% truth, and the rest is all lies. And this is why you have to pick out what's what and what's not, what it is and what it ain't. And this is exactly what we have been doing. All right? Houston itself, ain't that right? And who was there trying to warn Biggie? Who taped the killing of the notorious B.I.G.? Somebody from Houston. Just so happens, right? Right? Right. We see what this shit all about, just like Takeoff shit. Strategic drop. Wasn't Takeoff shit also filmed? It didn't the Jay Prince family had something to do with the knockdown of Takeoff in Houston? That part, man. That part. That part. Shout out the whole Fire Flame Nation, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. We've been open here over 4 hours plus. Know what I mean? And like I said, we just started on this situation. We just warming this algorithm up for this content that we drop. Which y'all think that has shocked y'all. The things that I have, if y'all think and y'all believe the things that I have revealed have shocked y'all, what I always tell y'all, you just wait. You ain't seen nothing yet. All right? You ain't seen nothing yet. All right? What Woody Harrelson say? Or Natural Born Killers? You ain't seen nothing yet. And I can promise you that. We just getting through night 1 and night 2. And like I said, this is going to be one fire flame of a week. Strategically, man. Shout out everybody that's up in here. Like, share, subscribe, man. Shout out all my endorsers and my sponsors of the show, Nikki 715, Miss Dade County, John Brown, Miss Dade County again, D Money for renewing the membership, all my fire flamers, moderators, flaming raiders, and everybody that showed up tonight, all my members, all the new people that came up in here, all the new subs. Shout out to y'all, man. If y'all sent any donations to the Cab Chats, man, I appreciate all the donations. You know what it is, man. Shout out everybody. And I appreciate y'all just as well as y'all appreciate me. And like I said, I'm nothing without y'all. And we definitely ain't nothing without each other, man. I always tell y'all this. All right? Stop complaining about the things you ain't got. Stop complaining about this or about that. Because money can't buy happiness. And money damn sure can't buy peace. And when I tell y'all, there's nothing in the world like your happiness and your peace. The best things in life are free. I mean it. All right, so stop complaining about this and that because you never know what the fuck you need. To what the fuck you need is all the fuck you got. All right, like, share, subscribe. I appreciate y'all, man. We about to get up out of here, man. Y'all just coming in, hit the black fire. and go walk the dogs. They mad at me. Oh yeah, cast the votes. That part. Let's check these votes out, y'all. Thank you, Angela. As I always forget about the votes. Appreciate you. So let's. The final poll says, y'all. All right. We got over 120 votes. I believe that's fair. I believe that's fair. Check it out. All right. Do the Fire Flame Nation believe Gene Deal is hiding something about Biggie last night? 92% of the chat and the viewers believe so. And like I said, the truth is starting to come out. And that's an overwhelming vote. Everybody has finally woke up, man. Now, I mean, I appreciate y'all, man. I do. I do. All right, so y'all keep y'all notification bells turned all the way up. You never know when GFTV is going to drop, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Always remember, fear the fire and fear the flames, man. Shout out Smitty as well, man. Anita. Everybody that's coming up in here. Appreciate you, man. We up out of here.
Big.